because you were dumb, I was dumb, and you just weren't paying attention. That's where it's like that stinks. That stinks, right? Like, I don't care about the scratches that I put on like my knives due to use. I care about the scratches that I put on my knives due to my own inattentiveness. It's my EDC ADHD. And for those Tri-State fans out there, if you watch one of his recent videos, apparently I'm not the only one that has that. I watched that. I was like, I feel like this is personal. Who knew? Who knew? Oh, man. But yeah, no, so I think it's cool, right, to bring some glory back. But what I'm realizing is that I probably should have gone with a diamond compound that was a higher, not a higher, but a lower grit first.
What up, brother Blades?
Because the half is really good.
I'm glad you got your baggage.
But it's not so good for removing deep scratching.
I got this Rochambeau on here I listen to.
Stuff.
Oh!
So, I might give to give it a true mirror, because I know I could get there.
Good dude, man, real good dude.
Buff the crap out of it, right? With this,
Barlo Brigade's in the house. What's up, my brother? Both my brothers from another mother. Rex, Brother Blades, and Big Jim. Barlo Brigade.
It was a grip progression, right? So I'll probably start with something like a 9.
Oh, did I miss anybody here? Let me see here. I gotta turn this fucking around. I gotta go to my damn page.
And I think that's how I get a truly.
Oh, I gotta mute him.
But I think that's how I get it.
Okay. Oh, I can think. Get out of here. Damn fly's gonna bug me all night, boy. Mississippi in the house. Yeah. No, we need Barbara in here, and then Mississippi's in the house. Oh, Mississippi, state of Mississippi is one of the Illinois' biggest. Mississippi and Virginia are two of Illinois' biggest recipients in tax funding dollars for the social programs you guys need down there. We are a donor state. More on that in an interview live on Facebook. Not now, maybe tomorrow. The state of California gives $83 billion a year to the U.S. government, and they get less than $30 billion back in federal grants and subsidies. $30 billion, less than $83 billion they give to the federal government in tax dollars and revenue from the people. Hey, Barbara, congrats. There's Mississippi. Now Mississippi's in the house. All right, split the screen here. I've got to do another YouTuber. Come on over to yonder. There we go. Now put my channel on here, my live. Okay. Kansas, huh? Cool. Been through Kansas. Been there several times. Been through every state in the country but Maine and Alaska. And it wasn't for my wife, I'd be in Alaska. So, but it's an even trade for me. My wife or Alaska. It's a much better trade. English only, please. English only, please. What do you mean by that, brown sugar? Oh, that's funny. Got a couple trades in the mail last couple days. Which is all carry today. What's up, John Adams? I got a couple trades here. I'm gonna turn this camera around. Look at this. I got my Halloween lights on my knife cabinet. Let me see if I can turn some lights off here. Oh yeah. Getting the trick or treat going in the house. Oh. All the way around the cabinet in the front. All the way around. They're purple. Wildcat color, man. Brown sugar color. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Kind of rough not smoking for 2 weeks, I tell you what. I got to plug my phone in here. I don't know where it's at, but it'll let me know. Okay. Okay. Hello, John Adams, says brown sugar. Purple, yes, purple hearts. Right? All right, I got a letter here from the Knights of Columbus. I gotta read that. I got my hillbilly knives out. Oh, yeah. White lightning. John Parker, hillbilly knife. Jim Parker. I'm going to do a video on it. Probably a full-length video on the history of the hillbilly knives. But I did indeed get 2 Bokers today and yesterday. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see what the Knights of Columbus have to say. I didn't read it yet. Nice to hear that. Purposes, brown sugar. Hello. Are you feeling and breathing better? Oh, yeah. My last song was called, that I wrote was called 2 Days Around the Block. The song I wrote the other day is called A Half a Minute Around the Block. Knights of Columbus Charities, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You care for the most vulnerable when we are united in charity. It's beautiful. It's just beautiful to see the transformation of them thinking that they're not going to have a baby, choosing life. Okay. Eric D. Ugly. As a knight, you can protect the vulnerable and live out your faith in action by doing today in the United Charity Annual Appeal. 50, 100, 150, 300 or more to help children stay warm and pregnant women choose life. You can make a huge difference in 12 months a year by joining our 1882 Society. Simply pledge a recurring gift of $20 or more to the United Charity today. Done deal. Done deal. I'll get in the $100 club. United in Charity. Choose life. Let Cost for Kids, our program to distribute warm winter coats to children in need. And let me see, with United Charity, your generosity goes further and does more. That's because you unite your own efforts with those of Knights of Working of knights working to heal the suffering, protect the vulnerable, strengthen families, and build a church. Build the church. 100% of your donation goes to aid those served by Knights of Columbus programs like Costs for Kids, our program to distribute warm winter coats to children in need, and our ultrasound initiative to equip pro-life pregnancy centers with ultrasound machines. Okay. That's what I got to send off. Brothers and Knights of Columbus. Here's, if you don't know about the Knights of Columbus, we're a nonprofit organization through the church, and we help take care of those who can't take care of themselves. McKinney, he's the founder of the church, the Knights of Columbus here. And this was the parish that he practiced in St. Mary's Cathedral. Yeah. Birthplace of the order. St. Mary's Church, birthplace of the order. Reverend Michael McGinney, founder of the Knights of Columbus. Okay. Good evening, Rex. Hi, Jim. Ken Adams says, John, double tap that screen. Hot that like button. If you want to hit you back, if it won't hit you back, hit. We know what you mean. Much love to, thanks, appreciate it, guys. Much love to my Catholic brothers and sisters. Oh yeah, that I am, Jim. I'm a Knight of Columbus, brother. I always carry my card with me. Knights of Columbus, Brother Gordon J. Holman, 3rd degree member in Braywood, Illinois. Dues paid on December. Dues paid the 31st, 2025, December 31st. That's me. One of my fine wallets I made. Oh, I got a 50. I got a 50 insider. I'm going away from debit cards, man. I think I'm gonna cut up my debit card. I'm gonna cut it up. I'm gonna cut up my debit card. I'm done paying for these banks. Oh, so I put some gold. This is that cross I carved. And I put some gold flake on it. That rub-on shit. I gotta put some more on it. I didn't get it 100%. Oh, yeah. Look at this beauties. These two beauties. First, I'll start with this one. This is a user. I traded John Adams here in the chat for it. Boker, USA. Over there in North Carolina. The headquarters for Boker. It's a German factory that makes knives here in the United States as well. In order to stay in the market, not have some bozo president tax the shit out of you, you make them here, right? So this is a Delrin Boker tree. Boker USA. It's not a tree brand. Tree brands are made in Germany. So they just call it Boker USA. But it's a fine little Stockman here. It's going to be my everyday carry user. It'll go in and out of my rotation, and I might sharpen it tonight. It needs it, since I'm going to carry it. What's up, Charlie? How's it going, brother? That was from John Adams. And then today, this bad boy shows up. Now I didn't trade no cheap date for this knife. One of the most prized and sought after case knives I traded for this knife. That tells you how much I love my German knives. Okay, so there's a story behind this knife, why I wanted it so bad. And I gave Jim a case 10 dot Whaler, the grail of the Whalers. 10 dot 1980. Never used, with the whale on the blade and no etchings on the handle. All the other case Whalers had case XX or XX or case on the handles. This one don't have anything on the handles, and it was purposely made that way by Case with black walnut. So Jim got that from me today, or it actually showed up yesterday. OP? What's OP? Oh, somebody's name. OP. Okay, hello, OP. I'm not used to seeing OP. What's going on tonight? Kenny, I've texted you, brother. I got the package back and I texted you. I'm sure this address is probably wrong. You can see the picture in the email. I'm not sure if it's right or wrong, but it says my postal carrier was here today. He's a buddy of mine. He's the one I did the jackets for. I sewed all the patches on. He says their postal carrier in his town said it was unsuitable, so they sent it back to me. I think I got the address right. I'm not sure, but anyways, your post office did it, Kenny. I've had it for about 4 days now, and I finally got around to sending you something. I emailed you back. Okay, I'll look at it. I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna put a couple extras in here, brother. I'm gonna take care of you. I already put you a little sticker pack in there. I've got both my stickers. Now let me ask you this: since you wanted this one here, this is one that I had on a website that I sold. You're fine with it, right? With the cross on it and everything. That's the one that was on a website that you chose. Or do you want me to change this out? It's up to you. Tell me now before I send it again. Apartment number wasn't there. Takes Creek Road, Lexington, Kentucky. Well, all right, but do they have any other mail that says Kenneth Randolph on it that's going there that particular day? You think the mail carrier would figure it out, right? It's a huge town, though. Lexington is huge. So it's a common mistake. I didn't see it. I'm going to write it down in my address book, and I'll have it. But I'm sending you 2 stickers of my backwoods leather, 2 of my business cards, 2 of these. And I'm going to throw you something else in there as a surprise. Leave it alone? Okay. All right. I'll leave it the way it is. Sorry about the, when you go to the post office and you got 10 packages you're mailing out, sometimes, and half of them you got to write out there. Well, I'm getting ready to make my own labels here. The Postal Service got a hold of me. I'm set up now. I'm going to start making my own labels right here at home. So I can just put the packages in my mailbox, or have a door to pick up. They come up to my door and grab the packages I have out ready to go. So everything, I'll make these labels, do everything in house. And here's the deal with my lives tonight, or my Wednesday Fundays, in case you're wondering. All right. I have. I'm not gonna. There's either two ways you can get the giveaways that I have until eBay pays me. And yes, they got almost $700 of my money they haven't paid me in the last 4 months. And I've been paying $200-300 a month out of my pocket to mail off shit. And it's come to an end. Until I get confirmation that I'm paid and I get transfer of money into my bank account where it was supposed to go. I had one check. They gave me one check in June, and that I haven't had nothing ever since. So they said between the 26th and the 1st, I'll get paid again. Well, guess what? That's when I'm going to start mailing shit out for people that win it once a month until I get paid from them. Oh, go get them, Barbara. There you go. Jerry beat you to it. I make my labels at home too. Yep. Yeah, but like I said, though, I'm going to have 6 giveaways during the week. And the only way I can have them 6 giveaways is if I get paid by eBay or YouTube, I'm sorry. You know, I think having a account that I haven't claimed in over almost 20, I don't know, 2009 I made the account. I got another page I haven't used in 10 years. So they're skitsy about this security bullshit because they got all my information or they wouldn't have been able to send me a check in June like they did. Candy's being watched. Look out. Okay. Quite a business, I see. Says Opie's. Opie's. Is that Opie the character or Opie's the drugs? OP/YZ. It must be initials, huh, for your name. That's pretty cool. I like how you got it separated. So like I said, until I start getting paid by Google for my eBay channel, and since I have 6 giveaways, I think the mail outs are going to be just like the pay period for Google between the 26th and the 1st. That's when they said that they sent me an email saying, congratulations, you now have blah, blah, blah coming in the mail between 26th and the 1st. So there will be 6 giveaways, 2 for members only and 4 for non-members. But the only way I can pay for them is if Google pays me. So I'm still waiting on that. And I'm yet to spend a whole day contacting them as best I can and seeing what the problem is before the problem arises again on the 26th to the 1st. So I'm going to get a hold of them in the next couple of days, hopefully, somehow, some way, through text messaging only. Tommy Boy Knives, what's up, brother? Yeah. Well, somebody told me that they're getting headquarters down here close to me. And if that's the case, I'm going to take a ride. I'm going to take a ride. If anybody knows an address in the Midwest right now, tell me, please. But as far as I'm not going to fly to California. But I will have an attorney send them a letter if they can't get this shit straightened out. I mean, how could they have paid me on June 1st if they haven't paid me yet since then because of some technicality of security purposes or whatever it is? You know, But tomorrow I'm gonna try to claim and close that other account, so that ain't an excuse. But and then tomorrow I'm gonna also get a hold of them in any way possible. I'm not waiting until the 26th to the 1st and find out on the 2nd that sorry, we failed to send you your money because you didn't do this or that or this. Bullshit. Okay. That said. Okay, we got all our highs in, everybody. Not yet, huh? I'll wait till everybody's in here and then I'll get going here. But I got the 2 hillbilly knives out and there's a reason for it. This one I got from Big Jim and I'll show it off here in a second. I gotta get this lid back on here. I wouldn't want to snap. This is the Timex Indiglo I got for 50 cents at the garage sale the other day. I'm gonna have to use a clamp. And then I got 2 watches I gotta get done this week. So the 2 claimants can get them back right away, and one of them knows who I'm talking about. Okay, I clamped that thing back on there. Why ain't that thing moving? I got the battery in backwards now. I bet you I put that in there and I put the battery in backwards. I bet you anything. Oh, hi guys, learning this laptop. Oh, this is colder. Oh yeah, you get a new laptop? I gotta fix mine. I broke it. I dropped the weight on it. I got a notepad down here. I broke it too, but at least I can somewhat see the screen on it. Okay, I put the battery in right. What's the problem here? That battery dead? I bet it is. Son of a gun. This is the same size. I used this knife today to open a package, and it wouldn't even cut it open. I gotta sharpen it. I don't think it's seen a sharpening since the previous owner before John. Okay. We'll get on with the program here. Some of y'all said, hey, why don't I pay attention for a half an hour first before I get off of my la-la land here working on stuff and see what my fans have to say. I said, that's a good idea. So I'll interact with you all for half an hour before I do something. If you got any questions, man, now's the time to ask them before I get going. Because once I start working on something, to 2016, oh, it's the same size battery. Cool. I just took a guess. And I was right. 2016. Make this indie glow glow. Come on now. Man, I need more light, I tell you. Never have enough light. Never can see. She going now. That battery's done. It did come with the watch, so I should have known better than to change it. Now what the heck? Come on. There we go. Some of these watches are so hard to snap on. Here's how I do it. There it is. You hear that snap? She's a working. 50 cents. I mean, brand new, they're like 110, 120 bucks. But change the date on here. Let me see, what time is it? Barber broke Seth. Where's Seth at? Seth Bond, 8304. What's up, brother? Okay. So anyways, I got this Barlo in from, I don't know if it came from brother Seth here at Deep South Cutlery to Jim. I think Jim told me something about that. This is number 5246. First, I want to tell the story about the Hillbillies again, just so it's clear and you all understand. My great-grandfather's, his name is James Farley, and when I was a kid, he told me stories until he passed he passed away when I was about 8 years old. But I'll never forget the stories that he sat down and told me, even to this day, and I've been telling them ever since he told me. And he passed away in 1973. So he told me the stories from 1970 to 73. I mean, 5 years old till I was about 8 years old before he passed. All right. And anyways, my great-grandfather, James Farley, told me, you know, his family migrated in 1892 through Ellis Islands from Northern Ireland. Okay. So he is a Scottish-Irish, he told me, and he said us Billy boys came from the Northern Hills of Ireland, and he did end up in the Appalachians. He did end up coal mining. He was a coal miner, and then after the coal mining era was done there, he came up here to Illinois, bought some land, and worked for the Peabody's Coal Miners Association in Illinois, which in 1942, Peabody's Coal Miners Association, Peabody's Coal Company, they produced the largest amount of coal was mined in 1942 in Wilmington, Illinois, my hometown, right here where I'm at. And my great-grandfather James, after moving up to work for Peabody's from the Appalachians, he was in South Carolina somewhere. I don't recall exactly where he's at, but I can't really remember exactly. My mom probably knows, and I never asked her. Brother Blades, I've bought a number of vintage watches back to my life with the 75 battery. I'm looking to trade watches too, guys. I trade watches for knives. But what up, Ground Fog? Welcome in. I wanted to say though that My great grandfather James Farley, Scottish Irish. He told me this story about the hillbillies, and like I said, I've been telling it ever since. And I'm sharing it again with you all, and that's why these knives mean so much to me. The White Lightning, you know, it's a hillbilly knife. This one here is a James Parker, 1985, by a designer in Japan. You know, it's called the Hillbilly knife, and on it, it has the hillbilly on the barrels drinking his moonshine. Okay, it says hillbilly on the ricasso area, and then down here, the hillbilly shack right in the mountains. Okay, now this one has more to do with the hillbilly, and it actually has a little bit of the hillbilly story in it to verify what I have already told you is true. So I was surprised to see that when I got the knife, because the truth be known, the Germans know more about the hillbillies than the American people do. Everybody associates with people that live in the South as a hillbilly, when in fact, not even half of them are actual hillbillies. It is an ethnicality, a culture, a lifestyle from the Irish people, and I'm going to explain it. So I'll show you this hillbilly knife here. This is Shuto, I think, designed this in 1985 for Parker Eagle brand cutlery. You got to pull up on the back here in order to close it. See here? And then to open it, same thing. Okay? You got to pull up and go the opposite direction to open it as you closed it. But see that little tab right there? You got to see this notch right here? That's what holds it closed. But a Japanese bladesmith in Japan designed this knife in 1985 for Parker Edwards. No, Parker, I'm sorry. Eagle brand knives, yep. And it's called the hillbilly knife. And it comes with an extra blade, and I'll show it here in a second. But my great-grandfather, James Farley, see that tab right there? You got to put your thumb in there. Release it. Bring it around. I mean, it's ingenuity here, guys. You know what I mean? What do you think, Seth? Is that pretty cool or what, brother Seth? Parker Cutlery Company, Surgical Steel, Japan. And it came with 2 blades. That one there. Everything here is original. Original box. Original package. And here's the instructions on how to take it apart. Okay, to change the blades. And all you do is take a couple quarters, put one here and one there, and then turn this, and it comes off. And you can change it from the drop point to the extended clip point. You just need to be cleaned. Here we go. But maybe it says the Japanese guy's name in here. The screw will come out of the side of the moon with the moonshine still and hillbilly on it. Turn it counterclockwise to remove it completely. Remove the metal washer, dome washer, remove moonshine handle, remove nylon washer. Remove blade. Note how the pin holds the blade. Okay. But yeah, this doesn't say. I want to say the Japanese fellow's name. He was a bladesmith in Hirosaki, Japan. And I can't remember his name, but yeah, this is all original here, guys. I mean, my stuff's getting worn down here from taking it out. I should just leave it in there or take it out and put it on display together. I've got it in my knife display. Is brother Seth still here, guys? I'm not paying attention. I'm sorry. So I want to finish this story about the hillbillies. So in Northern Hills of Ireland, it's where the hillbilly came from. They didn't come from the Carolinas. They didn't come from the United States. They came from Northern Ireland. And what they were is they started out, they were Scottish immigrants that migrated to Northern Ireland. And they mixed with the Irish people, so they were considered outcasts by the Scots. But since they were still loyal to King William, the Scots called them Billy Boys. And then when they got to the Northern Hills of Ireland, eventually they got coined the name Hillbilly before they even came to the States. Yeah, it's a slick design. That, like I said, Parker only has the best in the world make his knives. That's for sure. Parker's always had the best in the world make his knives. Ain't that something? Hillbilly's on there sitting on a whiskey barrel with the still in the background. So they were loyal to King William, right? And they were called on by they were also called on by George Washington to win the war. They migrated from the Northern Hills of Ireland to the United States. And with them, they took their whiskey stills. They took their Celtic dance that became clog dancing. They took their Celtic music that became bluegrass music with a mix of the other ethnicalities within the Appalachians and the southern foothills. Became bluegrass music. Not just the hillbillies, but all the folk that lived there. But yeah, and George Washington called on the hillbillies to fight the war, and because of it, he won the war. Because he knew the hillbillies were the honoriest, meanest, most savage, drunkenest son bitches ever stepped foot on earth. And that the British would fight against them in the mountains, and the Brits wouldn't make it. They were afraid of the mountains. They couldn't survive in the mountains if they had to. But they had to go into the mountains and fight. And when they did, the hillbillies sent them all to their deathbeds. I mean, kind of brutal, but, you know, it is what it is, and that's what it was. My mama's people were Dutch-Irish. My mother is Dutch. Brother Rex, Jim, or Brother Rex. She's Van Dyne. And back then it was called Van Doon. They misspelled the name of the Van. They respelled it to Van Dyne. Van Doon owns Dutch Oil. They own the Shell gas stations you see all over the country. That was my family over there in Holland, my mom's side. And then my mother's grandfather was James Farley. Farley is my grandmother's maiden name. My dad is Swedish, Amish, Scandinavian, English, German, Pennsylvanian Dutch. Holman, that's Pennsylvanian Dutch. So, hillbilly's always roadside mechanic, figure it out, get it fixed, get it done. Hillbilly, what do you mean by that? I have no clue what you're talking about. My grandmother's name was Redenauer. Wow. Yep, my grandparents, my grandfather, Claude Van Dyne, he had 16 brothers and sisters, and his uncle, his dad's brother, had 21 kids. We got 1,700 relatives in a town of 5,000 here in Wilmington. If you move to Wilmington, sooner or later, you become related to me. Making do with nothing and still getting the job done. So you're talking about hillbilly was always roadside mechanic? No, that's not a hillbilly. Nothing to do with a roadside mechanic. So yeah, like I said though, George Washington called the hillbillies a pipe worm. Now, ever so present, to correlate with that story that I just told you is about the hillbilly, where they came from, Northern Ireland. The Billy Boys. Okay, this fine ass knife that I wanted so bad from Jim, and I got it. It's called White Lightning. It's a trapper. You know, it's a special edition, as you see here. 2525 imported limited edition from Germany. And it's all about the hillbillies. On each blade, there's the moonshiners and the hillbilly shack. Kind of like my Parker's knife. I don't know if you all can see that. Let me see. Making their whiskey stills. Or tending their whiskey stills. And then this one here. And this has got direct ties to the hillbilly from Ireland. Through the Germans. Okay. They even know the story. Now, if you open this box up. Man, I love this knife. I wish I could use it, but I can't. It's such a fine specimen. And that's Appalachian bone, by the way. What more to shoot a hillbilly knife than the Appalachian color, right? Appalachian bone. White Lightning. I mean, this knife has a lot of significance to me. Or meaning to me, Jim. Big Jim. So we open a box here. Some light on my wallet. What's that? My mama's people were Dutch Irish, settled in southern Kentucky. Yep. $189.99 on eBay now. What is this knife here? Which one you talking about? Titus Cauldron at Otis Cauldron. Hillbilly was always roadside mechanic. Let me see. My grandmother's name was Rettenauer. That's cool. I know a couple Rettenauers around here. Making do with nothing and still getting the job done. Some little won your wallet, brother. Some light won your wallet, brother. You can use that Boker. Oh, I'm not going to use it. It'll be in my collection. I don't use this one either. I've got over 1,100 knives. I don't need to use these knives. HK 808. Oh, what are you talking about? You talking about this knife? That knife? You said there's one on eBay right now? What knife you talking about? Okay. Well, here it is. And I believe it came from Deep South Cutlery. I think Jim said to me. Now, the story I just told you. Okay, pay attention, guys. Some light in your wallet, brother. So there's a knife for $189.99 on eBay now. Which one is that? Yeah, this is a user. The one you sent me, John, is definitely a user. I'm going to use this one. Because I got one very similar to it. That's in mint shape already. So this one has became my user. It'll be in my rotation. I don't carry a case pocket folder mostly on my rotation. Maybe once a month, if that. But mostly I carry a German knife on me. Bought it at a knife show last month. This one here, he said. Okay. All right. It wasn't from Seth. All right. I got you. The one with the swing handle. Oh, okay. $189 right now for the Hillbilly knife. That's the Hillbilly knife by Parker. Eagle brand cutlery. It's the 80, yeah, number AK808. Correct. Yeah. That's an HK808. No, this one here is an AK808. All right. Go look up the AK-808. Okay, now, White Lightning. Congratulations upon becoming the owner of a Boker Tree Brand limited edition knife. See, this is a Boker tree brand. This is not a Boker tree brand. This is, even though they put a tree on it, it's misconceiving. This is a Boker USA. This one's made in America. This one's made in Germany. Only the Boker tree brands are made in Germany. Boker USA are not, but they do put a tree on it. And the tree is different on the Boker tree brands as it is stamped on the shield on the Boker USA's. There's the misconception about that cleared. The chestnut tree, yeah, but they're both chestnut trees. Just one stamped different on the USA totally than the one that's on the one for the German, made in Germany. Congratulations, Paul, on becoming the owner of a Boker tree brand limited edition knife. These limited edition knives have been tooled by master craftsmen. The blades are made in Salingen, I'm yet to pronounce that right. Salingen of high quality carbon steel. Linings are sold solid brass, bolsters, pins, and engraved handle and embled are nickel silver. The handles are polished bone. To the historical significance and authenticity of the limited edition, a registered certificate is supplied. Your knife has its own exclusive serial number stamped on the bolster. Fill out the special registration form inside and mail her out. Okay. Boker tree brand knives. Here's the number 5246, and it matches the knife, which is a bonus. That's the first thing I look for when I got it in the mail. All right, Jim, you're good to go, brother. You're golden. 5246. That's a bonus. Okay. So everything is here except for the sale of receipt by the original owner, right? So now, here's the story I've been telling you guys already here on several times on my YouTube live. Okay. The hardy Scots, Irish, and English pioneers who poured into America's Appalachians prior to the Revolutionary War brought with them their own copper pots, stills, and grainy whiskey recipes. Frontier spirits soon became a common man, the best money crop. And plumes of smoke could be seen curling from thousands of farm stills, dotting the countryside from Pennsylvania to North Georgia. Along with the uniquely American spirits came a tough breed of mountaineer who distilled and transported the whiskey, a bold and ornery individual who typified the pioneers pushed the nation westward. White Lightning went underground with the Civil War enactment of the federal excise tax on whiskey production. Many of the rugged whiskey men, defiant in their refusal to pay taxes on the products of their farms, become moonshiners, making their spirits in hidden stills under cover of darkness. Equally as tough were the revenuers the federal government threw in to turn the tide. The battle that ensued included Thunder Road, chases of the good old boys, who tripped the whiskey out of the hills in the early automobiles, became a colorful chapter of Appalachian America. Appalachian Americana, the Cooper Group. And then you see the moonshiners here on his knees, corking their whiskey jugs. And you see the cop, Johnny Law, walking through the woods looking for him. So, I don't know about this part here. I think Germans were a little confused, but English pioneers who poured into the Scottish, Irish, and English. See, the English pioneers, they made whiskey, but it all started in Ireland, in Scotland. You know, they've been making moonshine for 100 years, longer than the Englishmen did. So it's just something the Englishmen also brought with them because, you know, I mean, Scotland, Ireland, it's in the English territories. But that's where the hillbillies came from, and the hillbillies were the Billy Boys, loyal to King William. So now we got that story back in line. You all know the story of the hillbilly. You know, I'm proud to say that my great-grandfather, James Farley, made it possible to bring me into this world. And boy, if I can remember half the stories he told me, but I never forgot where the hillbilly came from. The rednecks were the hillbillies too. They put the red bandana on to tell each other apart when they fought for the rights to the coal mine and the unions. That was the Hatfield McCoy days. There's actually a big story about it. But the hillbillies would put the red bandana on so they wouldn't shoot each other because they all looked like being dirty and grubby and working in the mountains down there in the foothills. And so they didn't want to kill each other, so the hillbillies put the bandana around their neck. That coined the name the redneck. Old timer knife? What old timer knife? You mean like this? You got a, what do you got? A 50 OT? An old timer knife? This is a Boker USA here. This ain't an old timer. Stockmans usually look alike. The difference between this and an American made one, this is probably the best American made knife company in the country. Sharpen that Boker. Yep. The good stuff. Origin of UK. Shame it's gone to sit now. All right, what do you want me to make, man? Let's get some ideas thrown here. Something small out of leather. Something out of paracord. I got some EDC hanks almost done here. I can finish up one of these and mail it out. This I can afford to mail out. It only cost me $5. But this one here is I'll show you what these both are. I got two here ready to go. All I got to do is sew them up and make a lanyard for them. And I think I'll just do that. Oh, here's what they look like. One of them's camel, just like you see here. New camel pattern I picked up the other day. And then I put a skull head bead on it with the ball knot. That's what I can finish up for you all right now. And this one's barbed wire. Just random barbed wire. I like these. I was in the clothing material sew shop in Morris, Illinois. And then I made a lanyard here with another evil looking skull head. I can finish one of them up for y'all. That's a jackknife. Oh, wait. What's a jackknife? The White Lightning is? This one here. Sure looks like a Stockman to me. The name jackknife, it's thrown around loosely. Barbed wire pattern. Yeah, I thought that was cool. Then I got another one for me and Claude. I'm gonna make my boy Claude one. Rod and reels. I'm gonna make one for myself, and I'm gonna make one for Claude and send it out to him. Just because. How do they fold this up? There we go. That's gonna be pretty cool, huh? I might have enough for 4 of them here. Yeah, maybe 2. That's pretty cool, huh? Yeah. If I have enough for an extra one, I'll probably put it. I got these, by the way, I got these on my eBay store now, folks. So if you want to purchase one, Brother Blades or anybody, if you don't win one tonight, you can go on my eBay store right now and buy them. The link's in my description for my eBay store. You just fold it up nicely, and then you can just stick that lanyard out of your back pocket or your front pocket like a knife. You know, just stick it in your right behind your knives. Or you can wrap your knives up in them. Yep, I do now have my eBay store open. I hand carved this the other day. You all remember that. Brother Blaze don't remember. It was before he came in. Before you got on board, Jim. I hand carved this with a custom opinel that I made. I made a carving knife out of an opinel and carved it. Here's something that I made. You know what? I'll tell you what. Y'all in for a keychain? This is a honker, man. This is the size of a golf ball wrapped. I can make one of these, but I'll put a key ring on it. Now, these are illegal. With a lead ball or a silver ball in it, you got to check your local laws. Don't dangle them from your pocket if they have a weight in them. This has a plastic ball in it, so it's not really considered a weapon. But cops can be cocky, and they can still give you a ticket if they really wanted to for having it. If the laws in your state or your county absolutely does not permit this to be in your state. I watch you do it, silly boy. Watch me do what, Jim? What are we talking about there? Does the Boker USA have 2 blades? Yes, sir. Why would you call a Stockman pattern a jackknife? I thought Barlows were closer to a jackknife. Jackknives basically had a straight handle on them 300 years ago, didn't they, Jim? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I'll look up the number and see what it is. Carve the cross. You want me to carve a cross and give it away? I can do that too. I won't be wrapping it in gold tonight, but I'll carve it out of wood, and then I got some mahogany back there I can cut up, carve across. Yeah, I made a jig, see? This is what I made the other night. I had some brass tubes, so I decided to drill some holes on an appropriate angle here in my drill press. I went straight down 45 degrees. And then put the brass tubes in the holes. The only problem is I didn't get them exactly the same. This is less distance than here, but I soldered them all together to make it solid. But you put this ball in here after it doesn't fit in here now because it's bigger. This was wrapped around it, see? But that helps you make that monkey fist really quick. This is set up for a golf ball. And even a golf ball, it's considered a weapon. And it goes back to Abraham Lincoln's days, them as weapons. You're always 2 questions behind. Carve the cross. Jackknives have 2 blades on both hands. Awesome. Hey, Big Jim. He watched you carve the cross. Oh, Jim did. Yeah. Yeah, Jim was around when I carved the cross. I don't know if I did it with my custom opinel or not. Then I made this license plate for my buddy's wooden bicycle he bought. He's a carpenter in my house, so I gave him the UBC logo. Here's his nickname, Duck. And that's our local number, 174. And then I took some sheet metal from the refinery plants that I worked in. The sheet tin that they wrapped the pipes with. Scuffed it, painted it black, glued it onto the back. Solid plate now for the back of his wooden bicycle. You don't read much of anything. I give up. I love Big Jim. I love and all, Big Jim. You so true. Even hey, you can trust me. Rip, FGB Duck. Okay, I'm just watching now. Oh, you're fine, Jim. That's why I did. I think it was Jerry or was it you or somebody said that for me to talk for a good half an hour or so before I make anything and give it away. Interact with you all until everybody says their hellos, and that's what I want to do. So, do they, Jim? This is called a jackknife? Really? No shit. Two-bladed. It's got the pen blade. It's got the drop point. I mean, what constitutes a jack blade? Read. Don't touch anything. Oh, okay. I'm just watching. All right. Hey. Bracelet didn't fit, brother. Yeah, I figured that. I'm going to have to make another one. I'll make it 9.5. Big Jim is dear friend and fellow brother in Christ. Yes, he is. You and me both. Brother Rex. Picking up and not reading the chat. Two blades on the same end of the knife. Okay, well this here has two blades on the same end of the knife, so that would make it a jackknife. I guess a stockman has them on the opposite side. I'll be damned. I got you. See, I'm learning something every day now. I never really paid attention to the history of the jackknife. I should have by now, you would think. But I call it a jackknife stockman. Okay, it is a jackknife then. All right. It's going to go in my pocket. Stockman generally has 3 blades. Oh, okay. I got you, Charlie. Yes. Yeah. Wise guy. No, wise guy. No. Why, certainly. Oh. Jim's going to do me a nice video of that, of both of them whalers that he's got, right? Do a video tomorrow, Jim, of the whalers, both of the whalers you got. Now, I got to finish this for a fellow. This is a Western knife. Equal and Jack has straight frame. I got you. Well, the one I got from you. Well, first of all, look at this. Well, I guess this is totally different than a Stockman or Jack pattern. It's kind of similar. It's just got a different curve, I guess. This is a case peanut, but it's got... Is this considered a jackknife with both blades on the same side? Case peanut in the rattlesnake pattern? Is that considered a jackknife too? This is a single blade here. They made these in singles and doubles. I got to finish it. I took it apart and repinned it together. Now I got to loosen it up. It's too tight. Here's how you loosen it up. I need to put the rubber mallet on it. Then I accidentally hit it with the grinder. Now I gotta hand sand this whole damn blade now and get it back to 3,500 grit. I make the boo-boos all the time, man, I swear. So this is a Appalachian jack, so it's a jackknife. This is what I got from you too, Jim. Half stop, single blade though. Single blade jack. This is a single blade trapper. Is that considered a jackknife too? Kind of looks the same as that. Equal and jack has straight frame, so is a trapper. Okay. I got you. So is a trapper considered a jackknife? That's what Charlie wants to know. That's what I want to know. Yes, it is, Jim says. Okay. Yes, Charlie Cook. Yes, Peanut is a jack. All right. So that's what constitutes a jack, right? I never really thought of looking into that. I know a lot about knives, but I never really considered thinking about it. Slim line. This is a 2000. I want to say this is a 2007. There's three X's with the case with the lower C curving around. Double X, case double X with the C that curves around. 3 X's, 2007, right, guys? Without me looking it up. Synthetic yellow Delrin, single bladed jackknife trapper. This is USA 31048 CV. Chrome vanadium. Which basically means it's got more vanadium steel in it. Vanadium alloy. Or a jerry knife. Oh, there you go. It's a jerry knife. Which one is a John or Jim? Yeah, we got a jackknife. Where the hell is the John or Jim? That's what I want to know. Exactly. Yeah, or a Jerry. Or a George. There's nothing called a Gordo or Gordon. Unless it's called Gordo, fat in Spanish. Man, I tell you what, I am surprised with Rosecraft. And I tell you what, man, I wish Case could get their shit together like this Chinese factory. Why can't Case get their shit together? I mean, look at the single-bladed trapper. I'll open it up even. This is a 2007, yo. I didn't touch this knife. I bought it at Ace Hardware. It's sat since 2007 when I bought it. Look at the gaps in there. Look at the two. What's the difference? I mean, look at that gap all along the side. That's why I'd rather just get rid of my case knife. I want a Rosecraft. I'll get you one, Tommy. Don't let me stop you. Oh, I want all kinds of knives. I think everybody in here wants something. All traditional folders were jackknives until recently. Yeah. Hey, Todd. What's up, Todd? Good evening, Todd. Now that I see you in here, what's up, my brother? So, what's it going to be then? What's come to a conclusion here? EDC Hanks, Monkey Fist, or a cross? Am I going to carve a cross here? If I start carving a cross, I better get on it. And I can talk while I'm carving. They had their second sale on. Yeah, I didn't get to any of them. They didn't hit me at the right time with my pay period. My wife went through my 10 grand like it was butter. I love you, honey. But the last thing I had to buy with my 10 grand was knives. Bad enough, I spent 3 grand when I was on vacation in North Carolina. Just on knives. I don't have a bunch of sponsors that throws knives at me. Lusahati Jack. I got a Stag Rosecraft Blades Lusahati Jack today. Oh, awesome. Cross. She paid her bills. Yeah, well, yeah. She paid her credit cards and our credit cards and everything we had to pay off. We got her done. 3 cross wars. I have 2 Rosecraft, but my house payment's going to go up in February to $1,900 a month. Okay. How are your eBay store listed? It's listed the link's in my description if you want to go to it. You just under my header, you click more, and then on the bottom, BM3 Navy dash vet, not slash, dash. If you want to go to my eBay store, I just posted a few these hanks in there the other day. Here's the link. Come on, copy. What are you doing? I got several items in there for sale now. Here's my link right here. That's my eBay store right there in the chat. Okie dokie. Todd. Yep. Hey. Velvet Heart. Hey. Barlo Brigade. Evening. A Rosecraft. 4 Wars for Cross. Jerry Phillips. You can buy one for $25 right now, Ryan. Yeah, tell him. Hey, you're not going to beat a butter knife for $25, man. I just showed you the difference between a Rosecraft and a case. The newer cases are garbage. Who wants to trade all my newer cases for Rosecrafts only? I'm up for it. Stockman for Stockman, Trapper for Trapper. One arm razor for one arm razor. I'll trade you my case for your Rosecrafts. I don't care. What's up, Judy? Well, you got to save it, Tommy. Just save your money and then buy it when you got the money. I tell you what, you could sell a lot of them guns I see in them videos of yours. You get all kinds of pocket knives. Sell them guns, Ryan, and you get all kinds of a big ass collection of pocket knives. Then you can keep up with the Joneses. Old timers are by charade, yeah. Ugh. Oh, I only got a pinch left, man. That sucks. I'll go get some tomorrow, I guess. Bullseye. So I got to work on that one tomorrow. How much do they normally sell for? 45, 50 bucks, somewhere around there. Just go to the Rosecraft website. Jim will put the link up for you. 55, 60 bucks on average. Skooma. I'm finding. What the hell are you talking about? Skooma, I'm finding. I'm fending. What is? Can you translate that in English? I can't make out what you're trying to say there. I am willing to trade because it's fun. Yeah, we'll trade one of your guns, man. You get all kinds of knives. I'm just giving you shit, brother. How much for the slimline trapper? A Rosecraft knife or market price? It's cheaper if you buy a Rosecraft and then trade me. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, everybody. Fed Harrison said that I was supposed to send him something he won 2 months ago. Does anybody recall what Fed Harrison won from me? I've been looking in my books and I just cannot find what the hell it was he won. He's the only person that I have seemed to have avoided on somehow out of that mayhem of 27 orders that I had to send out. Does anybody remember? I'm going to have to go back 2 months ago and look at the lives. I cannot remember what he won from me, but I will find it. So in my eBay store now, I got that case tray that I made, the 2 EDC Hanks I made. I got some watches. I got the old H. Schlitz pull tab steel beer cans. And I got some silver coins in there. Brown sugar. There's silver coins in my eBay store. And a few watches. Okay. JJ, I agree. CC, mine are perfectly fine. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. What's up, Jeff? What up, brother Jeff? How's it going, man? Tommy Cooks, Big Jim, yes. Barbara, yeah. Hey, Jeff. Jerry, a fixed you made. A fixed I made? What are you asking, Dumlin Truma? How do you pronounce that? I say it right? Dal Man Trauma. Are you talking about a fixed blade I made? He won. Oh, okay. He won the I Never Been Here Gibby. A nice show with 5 or 6 holes with the sheath. Oh, okay. All right. Fed Harrison got my Salbuster pocket drop, right? Yeah, yeah, okay. That sounds then. All right, that sounds right. Oh, I know. I had to put the ulti clip back on it and send it to him. This one here. Yeah, my Salbuster. And that's what I'm doing tomorrow, man. I'm going to start cutting my bevels on my new ones. I got 6 of them ready to go. I'm going to heat treat them tomorrow and everything. Get rolling on them. Yep. Okay, now I know. And then, who was it? And then Kenneth Randolph, I just talked to him earlier in the live here. His came back to me because I didn't have his apartment number on there. Lexington, Kentucky. That's a big town. Oh yeah, I'm sending it to him. Yeah, yeah. I know. These guys get things free, man. They want their freebies right away. It took 2 months for me to get my knife from what's his name? Yeah. 2 months it took me to get the one I won from Darkwater. So, hey, freebies, I don't bitch about it. I don't tell people I'm pissed about it. But yeah, I'm gonna get this out to them. I'll give them my cards, my stickers, and I'll throw an extra in there for them. I'll even tie a lanyard on here. I'll leave this out so I know. Fed Harrison, thanks guys for helping me. I don't bone nobody. I'm a man of my word. When I give something away, I gotta get this one recarved here too. I just bought the wood for it. I made it for the fellow and gave it away, and it cracked on me, remember? Because I tried to rush it, drying it. I put the torch on it, it cracked it. So, Fed Harrison, yeah. Send out my Salbuster. All right, I'll have that to him by this weekend. Good to go. All right, if I'm going to make something, I better get going on it so I can give it away before midnight. And if it ain't done by midnight, at least you all can still watch me do it live. I'm going to put this in my pocket. This goes back in my pocket. And then here's my carry for today, of course. I've been carrying these for the last couple of days. And I like to carry that one. It's the only Rosecraft I got. This is that fine ass slip that hasn't failed me yet by Jerry Shelby, the knife guy, right here in the live. You guys don't have one of his sheaths yet. You got to get one. I want to get some more made from other makers. I collect them now just like I do knives. But here's another one from Jerry Shelby knife guy. That's what I got my slim in. I put something else in there. I'll probably put this in there, clipping off. But I like to clip it on my pocket. These are by Jerry, both of these here. Yep, he rocks. You know, if I wanted to concentrate on one particular item, I could too, but I'm going to start getting back to my roots and making these knives, start popping them out. But I'm going to tell you about the sow buster. These ain't sitting any longer. These are going to get their bubbles and heat treated in the next couple of days. These are my these are my sharp fingers here, and then the sow busters. These will all have bubbles on them tomorrow. Every one of them. But what I have plans on doing is I want to be able to mass produce these. So until I get a plasma CNC cutter, and I'll probably take out a loan next year to get one. So I can cut all my blanks out, but I have a fellow that's ready to cut them out 100 at a time for me. And his plasma cutter, he's got a CNC machine that'll actually do the primary bubbles on them too. And then this one here, I want to get some cut, but that's going to come later with my bottle opener on the bottom of the handle. So this will have the same concept as the handles on this. See, these are screw-on scales. And that's what you're going to be able to do with all my knives from now on. You're going to be able to screw on the scales and take them off. So I'm going to start out with these sow busters. You know, here's my first one that I made. You can see the difference. The new one's a little bit wider of a blade, a little bit wider of a handle. But Big Jim's got one of these knives from me. I don't know if he sold it or not, but no big deal if he did. So yeah, and this is a little bit longer, a little bit swoopier, a little bit wider of a handle than the original Schrade sharp finger. So I mean, this thing really is really comfortable in the hand. But these will be, of course, more expensive than these. These are going to start out skeletonized at $100. You're going to be able to get these knives at $100. Just this, with the, you know, heat treated, with the ready to go, ready to cut. All right, for $100 with a lanyard on it, basic lanyard. All right. If you want to see, I want you to be able to build your knife with my knives. You can get it all done, you know, with the set of scales on it, with the Kydex sheath, Cerakote finish the whole thing, custom tied lanyard by me, good for neck knife lanyard and as well as the ulti-clip, okay, the whole 9 yards. For like $195, you can get everything with it, with the knife, or you can start out at $100 and buy maybe just one set of scales for $45. So you're around $145 if you do that, right? So the basic knife will come with a basic sheath. It won't come with an ulti-clip. It's just going to come with a Kydex sheath with a Kydex clip, okay? Or you can buy it with the ulti-clip for $125. So the price is going to depend on what you can afford. And like I say, once you get the knife, then you can add to it. Get 3 or 4 sets of scales. I'll have multiple scales from buffalo to stag to kydex, you know, G10 liners for them. You can build up the knife any way you want. These are 1084. These are 1095. High carbon steel. Now, once I get my oven set up, my forging oven set up with my it'll be set up by next year. I'm looking forward to want to start doing stainless steel. But I've never made anything out of stainless steel, so I'm going to do a big study on it before I even attempt it. And by the middle of next year, I should be able to, once my oven has its electronic temperature control on it, then I'm going to start using my oven to control the heat. So I can get these at 59 to 60 and know they're at 59 to 60. All right. So I can do stainless steel and know if they're 65 Rockwell hardness. Having an oven with a set temperature is crucial, especially with stainless. Remember for 2 months, Cove. They skateboarding. All right. I got to give him something here. He likes this. That's for skateboard. For 2 months now. All right. Jerry, you should be working on 4 months, shouldn't you? All right. So that's where I'm at. And this hardware here fits these holes. So you got 2 holes for the hardware. You put your G10 liners on there that you buy. You put your scales on there you buy. You don't need G10 liners. You make the knife what you want to make it. It'll come with your choice of scales at the extra cost, but it'll start out with the lanyard in a basic kydex sheath for $100. All right. The Sow Buster, named after the female grizzly bear. The DNA of the Sod Buster, but it's my Sow Buster. So these are going to get bevels on them first thing in the morning. And then, like I said, I got a guy ready to do 100 of these for me. All I got to do is get with him. You know, because I got to have a guy make them for me. I mean, I'll put the cutting up bubbles on them. That's it. I'll heat treat them and put the cutting bubbles on them, and then I'll put the hardware on. I'll make the kydex sheaths for them. I could do 50 of them in one night in 8 hours, and that's my plans. Because if I want to start going to these shows, I got to have knives. That's what it's about. So that's for Jeff Jack or Fed Harrison. I forgot completely about him until he mentioned it. I'm like, you know, I can't remember everything, man. Even though I take a lot of fish oil, sometimes stuff gets lost in the mayhem. Hey, Gordon, Fed won a bracelet too. Yeah, he did. Yep. And I got it. Yep. I'll add that there. I already know about that, but I'll add it so I don't forget again. All right. He's good to go. I'll have him off by the weekend. All right. I guess I'm carving something, right? I'm going to carve across. I'll make a smaller one than this, and I'm not going to be putting a chain on it, but it's going to be one you guys can show in your videos or stand up or whatever. I'm going to do one of them pocket crosses like I see Jim shows all the time. Jerry will make you a slip for it if you win it. Whoever wins it, Jerry Phillips will make you a cross. He makes cross sheaths, slips. My Spidey Knox. I got to take this apart one day, but it's on a waiting list. I got to make that blade more horizontal. That's bothering me. I'm going to do a double one here soon. Put 2 Spidey blades on one Victorinox. All right. Oh, those are nice, she says. All right, let me put these Hillbilly knives away. All right, be right with these folks. Okay, let me see here. There she is, Big Jim. She's in the display. Oh yeah. Hold on, I gotta put that other one. Oh, it's in my pocket. That's right, it's gonna be a user. These are all my Bokers and my German knives. Eyewitness, Kissing Crane, Bokers. That's all my Germans. I gotta get a lot more, that's for sure. That's from the Chicago Fair, 1933. And then I got the World Fair. That's the World Fair in Chicago. Oh, Chicago Fair, 1933. And then I got the World Fair knife there from Knoxville, Tennessee, sitting on it. All right, so let me go in the back. I'm going to go in the back and get some wood. I started rearranging. I'll just take his back there with me. Did I miss anything? Just bought a Sabenza. That's cool. You're broke now? Oh, I'd imagine $575 or better. But I started cleaning my shop. I got to get all this ready for the winter so I can use my fireplace. My coat rack's getting moved out of here. That's all getting out of here. It's going in my back garage on the other side of the yard. But I started doing my cleanup here. I dedicated this area for my Kydex, my oven, my Kydex press. And let me turn some light on here. This is my messy shop. I made that jig last night. So after I cleaned it, I dirtied it up a little bit. But they see here, this is how I made the angles on my on that monkey fist jig I made. So I got to clean up some more here yet. But I've got one stand here. I cleaned up the other side of the garage. Now I'm cleaning over there. This is all going to go. All this is going. I'm going to get all this room opened up so I can start producing things more here. Be a little more productive. But piece of wood here. In case you're wondering, this is a work sharp chisel sharpener. You stick your chisel in here, and it's got two sanding discs. This is the 220, and then there's I think I got 120 underneath. But that takes, you set the size of your chisel here, however wide your chisel is, and you stick it under here with the bevel, like this, goes into that. And then when you want to hit it with the 220, you take this off and turn it around. These things were like $170 when they were new. I got it at an estate sale for $50. I think they make a newer version of it now, but yeah. And I got some knives here that I started. I got to get my one-hand razor done here. Looking forward to that, but I got to get some knives out in the market first before I can do my own adventures. But all right, I got to get a piece of wood here. So everything's in the cleaning process right now. I got things from over there that came over here. Wood. I don't know if this is going to be wide enough. I got some mahogany here. Hold on. Okay, I got a bunch of mahogany in my backyard garage. So I'm not going to go back there tonight. It's getting kind of late. So what I'm going to do is I got a piece of cedar here. I'll make it out of this cedar because it's enough. And then I'm going to, you know what? He can make any knife pretty much. Yeah, I can. Let me read what you've got here before I go cutting this. I'm going to go cut this on a table saw real quick. Jerry, can you make a pair of gloves? Had a customer ask. I can make them, Charlie. If Jerry can't, I actually have the sewing machine to do it. And I had bought this here originally for making gloves. But when I got home, I had two different colors. And I could still get more at Hobby Lobby. I want to make the mittens for the winter out of the rabbit pelts. But I can make leather gloves too, out of any kind of leather. I might have enough leather for a pair of gloves. But gloves are easy when you got the machine. They're real easy. But when you make them by hand, it takes forever. So, if Jerry can't do it, yeah, exactly, Jerry. That's just it. If somebody wants something custom made out of leather, it's going to cost them. You know what I mean? Jerry can make them. He knows how to cut the patterns out and make them. And he's welcome to it first. I don't care. But I could sew a pair together and for a lot cheaper price than it would cost me to hand sew them or Jerry to hand sew them. You know what I mean? So if they want them 100% handmade and it cost ain't a burden, Jerry can make them. You know, I can cut the cost in half from Jerry just by using my machine, see? But they'll still be more expensive than if they were just to go to Menards and buy a pair of leather gloves. But Jerry can do it first. If Jerry wants to make that buck, you know, I wouldn't charge less than, you know, $180 for a custom handmade pair of gloves. If I had to hand sew them all, yeah. But you'd get the best leather from Jerry and everything else. Yeah, and Jerry's, you're more into the slips. It's cut and done, you know what I mean? Cut and done. It's his comfort zone. That's what he enjoys doing. And pretty much, I would assume that's all Jerry really wants to do is stay on the small projects. Because when you get into the bigger projects, people try to nickel dime you. When I do a pontoon, you got a lot of these guys buying these pontoon boats for like $100 or for like $1,000, $2,000, $4,000, you know. And a lot of them need upholstery work done. And then when they find out what the upholstery work costs, they're like, oh, no, hell no. It's like, oh, hey, there's a reason why you bought a $400 boat. So on average, you're looking at $7,000 to $11,000 to get a pontoon boat totally reupholstered. Because the seats got to be taken out, the cushions are bad, the fucking plywoods are all rotten on these cheap-ass boats. You know, so now when somebody comes in, yeah, I got this pontoon for $1,000. Red flag, man. First thing I say, yeah, it'll cost you 11 grand. Oh, no, thanks. Good. Bye-bye. You know what I mean? You two pissed you off and took your money. What the hell's up with that? Skate, what did you do? Try to send $2 again and they screwed you? Yeah, everybody wants a handmade sheath. And I can make hundreds of sheaths if that's all I did. But I enjoy doing what I do. I'll make a sheath once in a while. I'll make some slips once in a while. I'll make knives once in a while. You know, I get bored doing the same shit over and over and over again. So, you know, like I said, I could have made 1,000,000 slips already if I wanted to just make slips. You know, I would rather enjoy doing it and sharing you all how to do it than actually doing it. You know what I mean? Every day. Because when you do the same thing over and over again, and it gets in high demand, and then it starts becoming like a job. You know what I mean? I don't want that. Ditty purdy. Okay. I'm just going to go in there and cut this down a little bit. Then I'll get my carving knife out. I'll be right back. I've got my coffee. It's been sitting here since this morning, and it's cold, I'm sure. And where the hell did my coffee go? It's right here in front of me. Believe it or not, it's a little bit warm still. My Deep South dark roast. Okay, guys, who's got them little mini crosses? They Jerry made size in them. They're like 2¼ 2.5 inches, are they? By I've got a board here that's 1 3/4 wide. What's the cross like? 1.5 inches wide by 2 1/4, something like that. What's the size on them mini crosses, guys? I never. This one here I made. It's a fat one. It's 2.5 by 1 3/4. Close. So 1 3/4. I got 1 3/4 already. So I guess I can go the same, 2 1/4. What do I got on this? It looks proportionate. 2.5. 2 1/4 by 1 3/4. I think I'll go. All right, 2 1/4. And we'll give this away by midnight, okay, guys? 2 1/4. That'll work. Y'all like crosses? Everybody's got to have one for their display for the YouTube channel, right? Okay. Here's that custom openal I just did. Stone washed openal. I like it. Reshaped the handle like I do all my custom openals. Stone washed the blade in the barrel lock. It's all stone washed. I drilled a hole in here and made a custom sheet lanyard for it. I'm going to do one with deer stag. I'll make a whole new handle out of deer stag. I see Curious George made one, but he used the wood, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use all stag all the way through when I do mine. He's got some primitive tools over there. Here's my carving knife I made. These are both number 8s. You can see how much I took off of this one here for making a carving knife. Yeah, open this back up. I'll show you the difference. One 5/16 wide and 2.5 long. Well, I think I'm a little under 2.5. I got 2 1/4, I believe. 2 1/4. So, I mean, I can go back there and cut another piece, I guess, but then I got 1 3/4. So 1 5/16. All right, so I could take off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could take a 1/4 inch off of this. I'm going to go do that. But here's the carbon knife I made now out of the other number 8. This is a carbon blade. I'll compare them. They were both number 8s when I started. Wait, this is number 9. I'm sorry, I made that one out of a number 9. But this is my carbon blade, and it's still sharp. I can bring this down right now. A 1/4 inch real quick. But I think cedar's nice and light. So is mahogany. It's around the same. Cedar's not a hardwood, but mahogany is. But it's got the same density as cedar, really. Let me measure this again. I gotta come right here. There we go. Okay. Now I got to draw it out after I get all this old grayness out of it. I could go in there and cut this out with the bandsaw, the exact shape, but what fun is that, right? That's not handmade. That's machine made. I'll show you one of my carvings I started, and I'm going to get working on it here as soon as I get my knives done. I'm going to make some free time to do it. But I started this centerpiece for a fireplace mantle. I'm doing it for myself, so it's no hurry to get it done. But I've done others like it for contractors that remodel houses. They do these old Victorian houses around the city. And they call me when they want a corbel replicated, or a corbel for an outside of a house done, or a set of corbels. Or I made lots of corbels for houses, lots of centerpieces for fireplaces. Back in my woodworking days when I didn't even make knives. You see my link called the Celtic Woodwright. It's linked in my description of my YouTube channel if you want to see some of the carvings I've done. But mahogany is a fine wood to carve with. A lot of carvers prefer it. It's considered a hardwood, but it's soft, like, and even red oak. They like carving with red oak. But this here is a centerpiece that I started probably about 8 years ago and just let it sit and forgot where it was at. But I'm going to continue to finish it. It's a scallop shell upside down with the floral engravings. And then this is just double stick taped onto this pine. So when I'm done, I'll do the finer, curvatures on the inside when all the front's done. But I'm going to get on this here shortly in the next month or so. It's been sitting a little too long. I might sell it. I don't know. I might even put it on my eBay store. Who knows? Still have a fingers made is most important. My fingers made is okay. All the grayness is gone. I'm gonna take a little more off of this since I'm not quite 2.5. I'm only an inch and a quarter, so I'll take like an eighth or better off, and then it'll be close to what Jeff Jackson said in proportion. Now I'm gonna go to a YouTube channel and see what they look like, and I'll draw it on it. Who's got a cross on their YouTube channel that they want me to mimic? Big Jim does. Yep, he's always got one on his, don't he? All right, I'll go to Big Jim's. I like that pocket cross the way that thing is. That's pretty sharp. Okay. All right, let me see here. Doesn't take long to find Big Jim on the notifications. Or I just go to my history. There he is, Barlo Brigade. Yeah. Oh, Jim. Well, he ain't got that one there. Let me go to his main page. Barbara, she does. Barlo Queen, yeah. I gotta watch. She made shepherd pie the other day. I gotta go watch that one. I missed it. Okay. Well, not there. Shorts. Okay. I'll see one in the shorts, I'm sure. There we go. There we go. Oh, shit. I just went out of it, too. Son of a gun. There we go. Okay. So, let me get a pencil here. I got one right here. So, it looks to me like they come to a rounded bottom. Man. Anybody got a sharp knife, sharper pencil? This is a carpenter's pencil that I use on everything. Yep, I got carpenter's pencils. Imagine that. So it looks like there's a little swoop in the bottom here. Like that. Comes to a centerpiece like that. And then it comes up like this. Like that. And then to get the top. And then it goes like this. Yeah, it'll look centered for some reason. Yeah, I'll get it to shape perfectly when I do it. This goes a little more like that. A little more like that. And then they're rounded on the ends. That'll get a good start right there. Here we go. The Hinder Collector. He's posting a video now. Yes, basswood is, and I got basswood back there. But it's not necessarily the best. The best chose by a lot of carvers is actually mahogany, believe it or not. And they like redwoods like oak even. But when it comes to the home do-it-yourself or hobbyist, you know, it's best to learn on basswood because it's a lot finer grain where the knife travels in a predictable direction. Once you learn on basswood, then you can graduate to the cedars and the mahogany and stuff like that. It's just understanding. Once you learn and understand the concept of how grain patterns, your limits to how far you can cut with wood before you have to come the opposite direction by repetitious practice. It's best to start on basswood because it's a tight, smoother grain and it's easier to carve, way faster to carve than cedar. But it's cedar's a tight grain just like basswood, and so is mahogany, and so is oak. Oak's not really as tight as cedar and basswood. Basswood's basically for beginners. Most of your modern carvers they don't carve much with basswood unless they're repetitious showpieces, you know, like making the same thing over and over again. You're gonna carve a wood that's a lot faster to carve. And that would be basswood. But, you know, the grain don't look as pretty as some of these hardwoods do that are just as easy, almost maybe a little bit harder to carve. Not much harder, that's for sure. To me, mahogany and cedars around the same. I'll get this roughly cut out. Yeah, cedar green, cedar green will split real easy if you're not careful with it. You got to know its limits, how far you can carve with it before you need to come back the other direction. And sometimes it can be unpredictable, but that just goes with experience of using it, working with it. When you're done, cedar, you know, the grain is just beautiful. A lot of times, just let your knife do the work. Don't try to muscle the wood. Man, I'm burning up already. Wow. See, I got all my main shape started in the front here. And all my relief cuts I gotta make while it's square. Shoe fly. Coving saw and a pin piece to remove the big stock would be a good way to cut down on time. Exactly, but that's not handmade. You know what I mean? I could do all that shit. I got all the tools to do it. I just, you know. I like doing things more primitive, I guess you could say. I got a lot of hand tools too. I got all the augers and, you know, I got a coping saw. That's handmade. But what fun is it? Nothing like relying on a good old sharp knife to do most of your work, right? And when doing all by hand, you really learn the wood fast. You know what I mean? If you're a beginner, you know. Now, if I was to make these and sell them, I would cut them out of a machine. Or not a machine, but I would make an MDF template. In that MDF template, I'd stick my router in there, and it's cut. You know what I mean? And then I got the reciprocating sanders, man. I'm fucking done. I could do one of these things in fucking 10 minutes. If I was to make them and sell them, that's what I would do. But I'm just basically here showing you guys the principles of hand carving. And, you know, if you really truly want to make something handmade, understanding the grain and the pattern that travels when you're carving is going to help you out doing the whole thing by hand in the long run in the future when you're to carve something like what I just showed you. when you do this this is a tighter grain than the cedar by far, you know. But when you're working with this, you know, you got to know your limits, where that grain stops, and you got to come back the opposite direction. See, I'm good here, but when I travel over here, I'm not. See, I can't go that way. I got to come this way. The grain patterns change, and it can change up too, not just all the way across. You know what I mean? So the principles of carving, if you really want to learn them, you got to do it all by hand. Know what you gave me when about 6 inches tall, blue bottom. Handmade is always better. You know, and if I was to make these to sell them, I'd do them the cheapest way possible because nobody's going to want to pay me 60, 70 bucks for something hand carved like this. You know, there ain't no way. Well, they can buy them from somebody else for next to nothing, you know. I mean, you know, pretty much it's only taking me about an hour to do. But what's an hour of your time worth if you're doing it all by hand, right? Well, an hour of my time, upholstery work is $125 an hour. So if I can do something for $125 an hour all day, I'd be wasting my time doing this by hand for only half the price. If I was lucky to get enough sellers for something handmade. So the trick is make patterns, use machines and get it done quick. Then you turn that quick buck, because in 3 hours I can cut with my MDF patterns in my router. I can cut out 6 Adirondack chairs and have them ready to assemble in 3 hours. And they sell from $175 to $275 a piece. But there's not always a market for the handmade ones. And that's why I quit doing woodworking. Now, if I wanted to stick with it, I would have made them all from patterns in an assembly way to where yeah, I can make that buck. It's getting there. That's where you got to be careful, because you can blow this all the way through if you're not careful. You'll make a splinter out of the whole, a door wedge out of the whole thing. I almost got the whole shape of the cross done. What did that take me? About 40 minutes so far? About 30 minutes. A Batman 7? Yeah, that'd be cool. I have a basketball game tomorrow. You getting off? I hand carve as well, but the stock removal I always do with the hatchet first. Yeah, and then when I made this, remember I used the hatchet to take the majority of the removal off. And I got bowl adzes and adzes for doing all the fine curvature shit in it. And you always got to be aware where this blade's at, too. You don't want to cut yourself. sure I'll wake up tomorrow and feel my carpal tunnel. Charlie's taking on. Guys, I've got to go to catch y'all later. All right, Charlie. Thanks for coming in, brother. If I haven't missed you yet. And maybe I'll just use the Dremel tool to finish this up. I get it all hand carved and ready to smooth out. I'll use the Dremel tool and get her done. See, now the grain don't want to go that way, so I got to cut this way. Almost there. Where'd Barlo Jim go? Pass out? Stacy Bolster Blades. She been around? Man, I wish that coffee was hot. Well, see, I can't go against the grain. I got to stay in the same direction here. If I don't, I'll splinter it out. Then I might as well just start over. I get it close to where I want it here. See, then I can get the Dremel tool on it, finish it up. But I could finish it with files. In fact, I think I'll go get the files out here in a second and do the curves of the cross. I drew this out from the one on Barlo Queen's page. Big Jim, where you at, man? Haven't seen her either. Stacy's Bolster Blades. She's more into that. She does Instagram me all the time, so I'm in contact with her. She loves them modern knives, that's all. Sometimes my page gets a little boring for her, I think. But she's busy on a lot of other pages. She does a lot of things for people, man. She's more a giver than a taker, that's for sure. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the way you should be. Don't ask what you can get. Ask what you can give. You got too many of these guys wanting all this free shit. And then they get pissed at you if you don't send it to them in a lengthy time. So I think I could go ahead with that. And we'll see what we can do on sanding it and filing it. I'd like to do the whole thing by hand. I'm gonna watch myself here. Close enough to. I gotta come this way. Ain't no way around it. All right, let me go get a file. That pretty much takes care of the main shape there. Come on, man. Ah. Well, you're dropping something, boy. Come on. I gotta get some new sandpaper on there. I don't know if there's any better. Not really. Well, I've got to go. Finish setting up for the band. All right, you know what? Brother Rex and all you guys, since everybody wants to go to bed and it's getting late, let's do this drawing real quick, shall we? Then y'all can watch me finish it, whoever wants to stay, but let's see who's going to win this bad boy, right? And the winner can stick around and watch me or watch the end of the video tomorrow. All right, let's have the drawing then. Okay. Everybody that's in the drawing, you know the rules here, right? This has got to be your second time here. Not your first time in my giveaways. All right. You have to be active in the chat for 30 minutes. And good luck. So what I'm going to do now is everybody that's eligible, that's been here 30 minutes and this is your second time here on a Wednesday, put I in the chat. I want to see how many numbers to put up. You have to be here the second time. All right. Everybody put an I if you're eligible. I want to see numbers. Not numbers, just say I. And I'll count them. Okay? We'll do the drawing right now. And it's going to be on the random wheel picker. Or actually, no. I'm going to pick a number. No, I'm going to use the wheel. I'll use the wheel. I'll shuffle it and use the wheel. So far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you haven't been here last Wednesday, you're not eligible. You got to be here twice. That's for everybody. It's always been that way. Okay. If you don't want the cross, you can always just put up I. You know, let me know you want to be in the drawing, and you can gift it to somebody. You don't have to keep it. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think 12 would be a good number then, right? What do you think, Mods? Should I go with 12? Closest to without going over, or the exact number. Whoever has the exact number wins. Boy, is that aggressive. 12 should do it. Okay. Let me take this over here. I'm going to switch these over. There's the cross that I'm doing. Barlo Queen. Yeah. Now it doesn't want to play. What's going on here? Yep. Hey, I haven't been here yet. Yes, I have. All right, I liked it already. Okay. That's a beauty there, boy. Is it a Coke bottle? Coke bottle. Yeah, nice. All right. Let's get here. Random number picker. I like my computer being up on the stand, man. More organized now. Loving it every day. Okay. Picker wheel. I'm going to put 12 in this thing. Oh, there goes my coffee, spilling it on everything. Damn it. I better clean that up or I'm going to have sugar on shit. Okay. I'm doing 2 giveaways tonight. This is the bi-weekly. This is the week for the members only. So the cross is going to go out to everybody. And then I'm going to have an EDC Hank made for the winner of the second drawing here. So we're going to have 2 drawings. So I'm going to put 12 in here. Okay, the wheel is ready. Jerry, I'll give you the honors since you're the one to do it. When Jerry says start, you've got 2 minutes to pick a number from 1 to 12. All right, 2 minutes, folks. We'll go 1 minute since there's only less than 12 of you. 45 seconds. If you got the same number, Todd Carr and Jerry Phillips, Todd Carr, you got to pick again. Unless you guys want to have a shootout, it's up to you. 30 seconds, folks. Look at the numbers. If you got the same number as somebody else, repick. I'm going to have this cross going out to everybody. And then I'm going to do a EDC Hank. Whoever wins can pick one of these Hanks because I got 4 more of these ready to sew up. So I don't even have to make it. The winner can pick which one they want. All right, time's up. Everybody in? Brother Blades got 8. Brown Sugar's got 8. Brother Blades, you got to pick again. Pick again, Brother Blades. 10? Okay. Yeah, just look at the numbers that's already in the chat. That's already taken. That's all you got to do, guys. All right. Jeff Jackson's got 7. Okay. All right. Brother Blade's got 10. We're good then. Right? Now, what happened to my random wheel picker? There it is. I'm going to shuffle this a myriad of times. Yep. Good to go, Gordon. All right, here we go. Good luck, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Spin. Good luck, everybody. This is for the cross for everybody. Looks like 6. Todd Carr would be 6. Am I correct? Todd Carr have 6? Yep. Congrats, Todd Carr. All right, let me write this down. Todd Carr wins cross. All right, don't go anywhere, folks. I'll let the winner pick which one they want, the camel or the barbed wire. Members only. Jerry, count how many members are in here. And give me a report, please. I'm writing this down. Todd Carr wins. Hand carved cross. I should get these out tomorrow. I got some extra cash in my wallet, so. Plus my postal carrier at the post office. I'm doing work for him on his jackets. Y'all seen that? Okay. All right, we're gonna keep the same numbers for the EDC Hank. Are we ready? I'm gonna shuffle this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Five, you think? Okay. So I'm gonna leave it at 10. Because everybody's got their numbers already. No, this member's only. Why don't we just go ahead? It only takes a minute. Let's pick a new number. Start it off, Jerry. Let's just pick a new number since there's only 5 of you. Brother Blaze got 4. Go ahead, guys. Start. 6 for Jim. 4 for Brother Blades. Members only. 2. 5. Just put stop, Jerry, when you see everybody's got their numbers in. I'm looking. He said there's only like 5 of us, right? Members only. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's probably about 5. Okay, so far we started up with Brother Blades. You got to wait for the start, Brother Blades. No problem, Brother Rex. I mean, you're new at this, so wait for Jerry to put the start up next time. But we know you got 4, and Big Jim did it too. Number 6 for Jim. See, because when I look for the numbers, guys, it's under this. See, I don't have to. I might forget or lose you here. So Brother Rex and Brother Jim, put your numbers in again under the start. And then once you do, Jerry will say stop. And then we look in between the start and stop. See, that's how we find the number right away. I might forget it's up here. All right, Brother Blades 4, Jim 6. Okay. All right, I think that's it, Jerry. Just put stop, Jerry, and then I'm going to spin this. Closest to, unless you got the exact number. All right, here we go. Good luck, everybody. I shoveled it 12 times. 9. Number 9. Who's closest to 9? 7? Jerry Phillips, 7. Am I correct? Jerry Phillips, 7. 7 is closest to 9 without going over. Okay. Jerry Phillips. Okay, which one you want, Jerry? You got the barbed wire. These are 7.5 by 7.5, by the way. Barbed wire with the gnarly looking skull head. Cobra weave and my knot. Or do you want the Vietnam desert, the Vietnam last era camel? Or first, after Vietnam, they had this camel with the regular skull head, with the snake knot. Which one you want, Jerry? Good night, Jeff. Thanks for coming in, brother. We'll see you on the next one. You want the camo, Jerry? Okay, camo it is. I'm going to write that down. I got you over here with what's his name? Fed Harrison. And the cross, of course, to Todd Carr. So Jerry Phillips wins camo EDC Hank. Okay, we got Todd Carr and the cross will go up there with that. And I got these 3 things to mail out. All right. You guys will get my stickers. I'll send you the sticker pack. I'll see what I got left over from the big giveaway. See if I got some extras to give you. I might have some bolster blades. So I gotta plug my phone in before I lose it. I don't know where I'm at here. Let me check real quick. 28%. It's time to connect my charger. There we go. Good to go. All right. Back to this shamble. So Todd Carr is getting this bad boy. Good night, bro Rex. All right, brother Rex. We'll see you on the next one, buddy. Hey, good luck at that barn sale that you guys are going to. You guys got some stickers, and I'll try to send you something else if I can. But I'll definitely have something for you for Elville. Thanks for the support, Rex. Appreciate it, bud. Did Todd Carr go to bed? Is he still here? Kenny Randolph. All right, Kenny, we'll get you out in the mail, brother. I got you here, too. In fact, I'm going to put all this shit together and get everybody out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for your support. And I'll take care of you, buddy. I got something extra I'm going to throw in for you. Good night, Kenny. Thanks. God bless, man. And like I said, I'll get you out in the next few days before the weekend's here. All right, I got to bring back this other one. There it is. Probably be faster for me. Take this on the drill press. What's your email, Gordon? KodiakEdge402@gmail.com. There it is, guys. That's my email. Of course, we want this thing to stand up, right? So, you know what I'm going to do now? Well, I better wait till I get it sanded down. That was made out of spalted maple, the one the Barlo Queen's got. I got some of that spalted maple too. Maybe I'll make some from the machine. Makes a few from the machines and have it on my web page or my eBay store. I remember it soon. Let's see, 402 should be easy. All right. Yeah, 402. That's the one that they gave me random, so I just kept it. There's Ground Fog. What's up, Ground Fog? How many lives you been in tonight, Ground Fog? 20? Wasn't in any for very long. I've been working. I try to give the likes and engagement though. Yep, that's good. I mean, you're a supporter, that's for sure. That's what it's about, brother. And I appreciate it here. More than you can imagine. I mean, every live I go to, you're there. You are definitely engaged with the knife community, that's for sure. Appreciate it. People like you that make this thing wonderful. I'll get in the groove with YouTube. With, as far as them paying me, I'll get in the groove with them. I mean, I'm starting to lose my patience, so there's money that should be in the account. The wife gets mad when I spend money out of our account, and it's not back, and not back, and not back, and I get in big arguments with her sometimes. So once got everything straight with Google, it'll get nicer, I'm sure. She's standing up like she's supposed to. What happened to my live feed here? Come on, man. Split the screens. There you go. That's the main thing. She stands up. Slowly but surely, guys. She's getting there. How's she look, Jim? Howdy, y'all. I got some cold coffee, Jim. I got to go make a new batch, I guess. I left this down here. It was almost up to here. Almost full. I've been drinking it semi-cold. But, this thing will take that shit off quick. I got to watch it. Let me go get another one. That one was 40 grit, man. This one's 100, so that'll be better. This is the best thing to do for me now is to get the Dremel tool out and get this thing. Let me see here. I want it to stand up, so. It'll probably be faster though. I don't want it so thick, you know what I mean? I want to take it down to like almost a half an inch. Like a knife, you know? Come on, stand up now. There we go. It stands up. Keep this dust off my computer. Ah, man. I dust everything off in the morning though. Okay, it's looking pretty damn good. It's looking pretty darn good. Now I think what I need to do, I still want to make it thinner though. One by 36. I got a 4 by 36, Jim. Fuck that one. Then I got the 2 by 42. But I'll wake my wife up. You want to come and deal with her, Jim? She's not too happy when she gets woke up. Because she's a diabetic and she gets woke up half the time of night on her own from her diabetes. She's got a sensor on her arm. When it goes off, she's got to get up and check it out. This is 100 grit, so it shouldn't take long. I can also take it off the back, just split it like this. That'll save me a lot of sand. That's a lot faster. Oh yeah. I would assume these things are probably a ½ an inch or less, right guys? Never made one before. I don't know what you guys make them. I started out 3/4 cedar. I'll get it down a ½ inch, I guess. And that'll be a good ballpark range, I guess. Just under ½ an inch. I can do all kinds of things in that shop, but what good is that? That doesn't make it handmade, right? Yeah, it does, but I don't feel like moving the camera around. You know what I mean? I'm not in no hurry. Are you guys in a hurry? I might even get some of my blood on it there for him. Damn psoriasis. I caught it. Put some of my DNA on it for you, brother. I think that's about good right there. That's, yeah. It's about a ½ an inch. Now, smoothing it. Man, I'm getting this dust on everything. Whew. Taking a lot off here. Jerry's in the sack. Catch you tomorrow. Okay, Jerry. Sounds good, brother. Now I think I'm just going to go get some hand sandpaper and just get this to the rounded off shape that it needs to be, and we'll call her good, man. I can actually start by rounding it off. Start rounding it off, but I don't want to splinter anything. Garage sale fine, 25 cents. Come on. Wash my hand when I get upstairs. And psoriasis on my knuckle just got ripped off. I didn't cut it. There. All right. I'm going to go get some hand sandpaper. Oh, come on, man. Carter Dye. Hi, Carter. Carter Dye Place, 1999. Is that a super chat or what? I can't recognize that. 1999. What was 1999? Huh. I never seen that before. Then reply. Huh. Huh. Let me see here. Okay, who got lucky? Who got lucky here? Hazel Jones received the gift. Leftovitz, bladesmithing. Otis Calder, gift membership by Kodiak Kids. Jeremy Nedro received the gift membership. Ring the bell, blow the thing or something. Okay. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I guess that's a shout out. That's as loud as I can go. Thank you. I'll wake my wife up. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get some sand in this thing, huh? Make it look like one of them crossing me jibbies. Sunday for 100 joules. Super chat. Okay. Thanks for the super chat, Carter Dye. Much appreciated. Welcome aboard. So how should I go about this, folks? Should I burn it or just stain it? What do you think, Todd? It's yours. You want it burnt and stained or just... No, I'm making a cross. This is for my giveaway tonight. Lucky member in here won it tonight. You don't know what I'm going to make every Wednesday night. Make something, give it away. That's the fun of my page. From the future, yeah. Wednesday fun days is what I call it. I used to have Sunday fun day, and I switched it to Wednesday. Sunday fun day. You become a member, you got 2 more extra chances at winning. Become a Cub member right now, you got 2 extra chances of winning. Or just become a Proud Grizzly member if you like. I appreciate it. As soon as Google starts paying me, that is. So what do you say, Todd? Where's Todd Carr at? Australia. The land down under. That's what she said. How's it looking, Jim? Still stands. Have a great night anyway, Todd Card. Todd Card still here, fading in and out. Having all think I'm calling tonight. Okay, Todd, thanks, buddy. What color you want it stained, or you just want it wood burnt? Appreciate your support, brother. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you in the next one. Todd, stained, burned, or both? Yeah, if I make these to sell, it's going to be on a machine. That's no doubt about it. This is too time consuming for what you get for them. That's for sure. Maker's choice. Okay, I got you. Good night, brother. Thank you and God bless, man. We'll see you on the next one. I don't think I'm doing too bad for the first one I've made. What do you think, Jim? Look pretty good, huh? Thumbs up, he says. Thumbs up. All right. I got to switch to a lower grit now, I think. Yeah, I think it's time to switch to a lower grit. A higher grit, I mean. All right, I gotta go get a lower. Oh, got one right here. Not bad for the first time making one. One marvelous Jesus said hi. Howdy. Making a cross for the lucky winner tonight. What is he making? Looks like a cross. It must be a cross. It's a cross out of red cedar. The first one, EDC cross. And I know a guy that makes awesome slips for these. Oh yeah, that's right, he won it. Ah, isn't that funny? He's got one made for it already. I bet you Barbara Howell's still here, huh? Still here, Barbara? Yep, he's making a cross. Y'all notice I made Barbara a managing mod. Because every live she is here till the end. And I need somebody that doesn't pass out on me and sleep all the time. The ones that I do have that sleep all the time are excellent. All right, what do I got going on there now? I got a damn digging. I gotta scrape it out. This is the fastest way to scrape out, get rid of a scratch. Scraping. I got cabinet scrapers up there. The burr of the blade eliminates that scratch and nobody's business. Gone. I might just put oil on this thing and see how she looks. I got a turquoise stain I can put on this. Wouldn't that look cool? Turquoise. It's past your bedtime, brother. Who, mine? How long will this take? I only got about an hour, maybe 2 hours into it. I hand carved the whole thing. I didn't use a machine. But if I make these to sell them, I'm going to do them with a machine. I can make them done. I can make them in a half an hour easily. I'm going to get some 400 now, I think, and color quits. And then I think I'm going to see what it looks like with some oil on it. I might turquoise it right away first and then oil it. Why not, right? She stands perfectly, Big Jump. Come on. I got a lump over here or something. He doesn't want to stand over there. Come on. There. It stands. It stands. Oh no. Where'd Jim go? He said brown sugar about 20 minutes ago. I haven't picked up a cigarette since the last time you seen me smoke one. If that answers your question, brother. I'm due for one of these, though. This is what's saving me right here. But I can quit these anytime. I quit chewing 5 times in 35 years. These are little nicotine pouches all there. In fact, they give these out with the cigarettes when you buy them. That's why I got like 6 of them laying around here. Yeah, just checking. I know. Make sure I'm covering all bases here. don't want to have no scratches here when I get to the 400 grit. But I think that fucking, pardon me, I think that turquoise is going to look sharp. I got turquoise wood stain. I think that's going to look sweet. Give it a southwest look, right guys? I might even put a decoration in the middle of it. Who knows? He says, maker's choice, he said. He'll be happy with anything. I got to make sure there's no scratches in it. Before I get to that 400. Sometimes wetting the wood pops the grain, and you can really get it nice and smooth. It swells the wood. The cellulose in the wood swells up in some of the where you wetted it. Of course, I just put my DNA on it. Use water if you're concerned. Getting nice and smooth already. I just don't want no scratches showing in the front of this when I go to stain it. $400. That's all I do my knives to too. Unless I'm polishing a blade on something, then I'll go to 3,500. But you don't have to go beyond 400. And I eliminate a lot of sanding by scraping. I got a cabinet scraper. If you don't know what scraping is, look it up on YouTube. Their videos show you how to scrape. You'll sand half as less, more than half, with scraping. You take a cabinet scraper and scrape your wood, you can get it down to a baby smooth finish. And then you hit it with 110 and 220 and 400 in a matter of minutes. That's an old cabinet maker's trick. That's an old timer woodworker's trick from me too. I've been doing woodworking since I was in the 6th grade. That's when I started doing it. And that's when I started building houses with my dad. I took wood shop in 6th grade. I was, let me see, 14, 13, 12. I was 12 years old when I started building houses in woodworking shop in 6th grade. 1975, 76. That looks pretty darn sweet there, don't it, Jim Bob? Did Jim go to sleep on me? Where's Jim at? Did he pass out again? I hate it when he doesn't say bye. He don't tell his buddy bye, man. I hate that. Come on, Jim. I gotta give him shit. Look at that nice little round bevel around that flat spot. Ain't that nice? All right, now I'll go get some 400, hit it real quick. And this thing will be ready to stain. I got some turquoise stain up there. I'll go find it in my staining cabinet. I probably got 200 cans of stain up there. I could wood burn Jesus on this, couldn't I? Wouldn't that be nice? What do you think, guys? See that wood burn Jesus on it? Right across the middle, Jesus, right? No, this don't have square edges. Not its purpose. These things had rounded edges. This is the typical EDC cross that everybody's making nowadays. You put it on your display when you go to show off your EDC collection for your short videos. You'll see a lot of video content creators that in the knife community that make shorts with these. Here's one I hand carved for myself. I made a necklace out of it, but I gold flaked it. And I got to put some more gold flake on it yet, but I made a necklace out of it. I'll probably take the necklace off. I don't want to wear it, but I like sticking it by my knives when I show them. But this is the common size. You know, they're little fidgety. Put them in your pocket. They even, Jerry Shelby, the knife guy, he's in here in the chat. If you want to click on his name and go to his profile, he makes sheaths for these, or pocket slips. Put them in. Here's a couple of his pocket slips. So he makes pocket slips for these crosses. You can carry them in your pocket and slip them into a little leather pockets. See, just a conversation piece if you're a religious man of God, or whatever you want to show off, right? But the guys that have these, they usually film their short videos. You know, they'll take their knives and set them up on display. You know, like this case, EDC Hanks that I make. They're on my YouTube. They're on my eBay store if you want to buy one. You know, they'll set that there, and I like to show my dog. I got little symbols I want to put out, like my dog. I got 2 weenie dogs. Like I'll put my U.S. Navy SEAL flag on there, and then my cross. See, and then when I show, this thing doesn't want to stand for some reason now. I'll make the bottom flatter. Oh, I had it. It's the material doing it. There we go. And then they show off their knives. See, they'll put their knife sheath on there, and they'll show them in the sheath, and then they'll show them out of the sheath like this. If you're in the knife community, you understand this. You see them a lot. See here? Was that a stick you found? No, it was a Peter. This was a piece of a cedar fence picket that I cut off. I got all kinds of wood here. I got everything from purple heart to black walnut, you name it. I use a lot of wood. I don't use no cedar on making knife handles because it's too soft. It's a soft conifer. But I use a lot of black walnut and bloodwood and Osage orange and spalted maple. I can make a knife with any wood on the handle. Any wood. And I can make any knife. Modern folder, traditional folder. I'll make any knife. Going around it now, making sure everything's about the same from all views. I think it looks pretty good. I think I'm ready for 400 and get it done. But yeah, that's what that cross is about. You know, guys show their favorite. Yeah, I'm going to make this bottom a little more flatter. I took a little off when I sanded around it. It still stands though. Can you use balsa wood? I bet it would make a solid knife. Well, no, it's a soft conifer too. Balsa is. Even though I believe balsa is considered a hardwood like cedar, it's still a soft conifer. And it's not too stable. You want stable woods. You know, red cedar or mahogany would be about the softest hardwood I'd use. But I'd stabilize it. You could stabilize soft conifers too if you want, like even cedar. You could use it for knife handles, but you got to stabilize it with a knife stabilizer. So, this is my Velcro patch for my jacket. My Emmy Lou, I got weenie pits. They're half pit bull, face and the muscles of the pit in the front, and they got dots and bodies. Stick around long enough, you'll see them. They come in my shop when my wife takes them out to potty. Okay. 400 grit, and I'm going to call her good and put some stain on it. Do I know how to heat treat the wooden knife handles? Keith Mumblebeck, if it's a knife, I can make it. If it has handles on it, I can make it. If you want it modded, I can make it. Open O'Hare, I modded, took it apart, stone washed it. Stone washed the Lyro lock. I can make it. Round it off the end handle, I burn it and put tung oil on it. Here's the sheaths that I make for the open holes here. Look around on my page, you'll see there ain't just about anything in the knife industry I can't make. Push up, comes out, and then this clips onto your belt loop and goes right in your pocket. This is my sheath. I can make these for any knife, not just the open house. And I make all kinds of different custom lanyards, skull heads, and whatnot. I gotta go get some 400 grit. Once you get good at this, you'll naturally gravitate towards using balsa for handles and tin for the blades. Oh, you can. I'm not saying you can't. You just got to know what you're doing when you do it. And I can. But theoretically, who really wants one made like that? You know what I mean? I am going to start tin work, like the Puko knives I make. I'm going to start making silver embossed and tin embossed sheaths. I don't know if you're all familiar with the Puko knives and how the sheaths look, but I'm going to start doing engraving and embossing with tin and silver, even gold. I'll do a sheath in gold. Somebody wants to pay me for it. I might do one for myself, all gold. This here is gold fleck. That's real gold. Paper thin gold. I gold fleck that whole thing. That is real gold, folks. It's not fake. I got a $1.10 I made with real gold in the plastic, in the epoxy handles. I made epoxy scales with clear with real gold fleck inside of it. Heat treat lead if you want to, but you know, who the hell's going to do that? You wouldn't heat treat it to get hard. No, I'm sorry. There's no carbon in it. You're not going to get no Rockwell hardness out of it. One thing about brass, though, brass does oxidize and get harder in time. I've taken apart knives with brass pins in them that's harder than nickel silver. And you almost have to anneal the brass in order to get the pin to pound through or cut. Not all brass is the same hardness. It's not all the same. And over time, it oxidizes just like copper. It gets harder with time. Now, I don't like the sandpaper. It's got some metal dust in it. I gotta get some dry paper. I love God too, brother. God loves you even more than you think. And I love all God's children until they give me a reason not to. Okay. Name one book that's changed more lives than any other book written. I bet you can't. In the Bible. I don't know if that's any better, but it'll do. Now, one thing I can do to get this bottom, make it stand a little better, is I'll hit it with I'm waiting for Big Jim to wake up and come back. I don't know if it's going to happen, but if I'm here long enough, he will. Subscribe, guys. You subscribe, you get to learn all kinds of stuff from me. And That's if you're willing to learn from an older guy that's been doing this for over 40 years. I have no children, so you guys are all my children. I got to show my traits and talents to somebody. You're all God's children, just like me. And I think that's going to do it. I'll put some more rounding or flattening on the bottom here so it stands better. It's not wanting to stand immediately. It stands, but I wonder if God likes knives. Well, God gave us all the resources to make them and everything we got. Of course he likes them. I mean, he likes anything people make. He just don't like people that use them for weapons, for destruction. Yeah. I mean, weapons go back to biblical days, you know. They were used by the disciples. They were used by lots of biblical characters for the preservation and survival of the human's existence. Well, I think that's good. I'll hit this front. It's getting so smooth now, it's hard to hold on to. I just don't want no scratches in it because they will show. And then I got to do it again. All right, let me get that bottom. A little more square. He stands up nicely. It takes a little bit. If it stands up everywhere I put it, it's good to go. Yep. I'm looking for that turquoise. I got something better here. This is Indiglo. It's kind of like a blue. See how that looks. Is that a sanding square? It was a flat piece of glass, and I got 80 grit on one side and 100 on the other. It's for flattening knife scales. Make sure they're dead flat before I put them on knives. All right, come on out. Ooh, I knew it was going to do that. Just a light blue color to it. That's all we need, right? Should have put gloves on, but oh well. There we go. I'll let that soak now and then. Clean this crap up in my hand. And when I'm done, I'll put some oil on it. See how she looks. Isn't that pretty? That oil will really make it pop. Yeah, you can put it on with, the thing is you want to put it on thick so that it soaks in really good. You put it on thick with a brush, put it on thick with gloves, whatever. You can wear gloves like a normal person. I got a little hole right there. Now, if I wanted to, I could sand it again. Sand a little bit of the stain so it ain't so dominant. Just do the front and back. Rub some dirt in it. Figure it out, bud. Okay, dokie. Come here, I'll rub you with it. There we. Now I can get the other side. See, that blue ain't so dominant now. We'll leave it dominant on the sides. We'll accentuate all the curves with the sandpaper. I got one right here. Oh, that's just a piece of flint. All right, good. She's looking good now. See, this cedar absorbs shit really good. Not so much with a harder conifer or a hardwood. Really makes that grain pop. Then when I get some oil on it, it'll really look good. I'll do a short video with this thing so everybody can see it in my videos. See, I got a scratch there that I don't like, and that really bothers me. All right, I'm going to go with that. Leave the sides alone. Damn Band-Aid. All right. Oh, what the hell was that? Oh, boiled linseed oil, I think. Oh, I just use my finger. I'm used to using my finger and everything else. Really make this wood pop. I just let this sit on here for a bit. I might even hit it on the buffer, see what happens. This here, I put the rags in a bag and throw it in the garbage. I don't never put rags in the garbage can, boil linseed oil without putting them in bags because they spontaneous combust and they will set your house on fire. But I've got a fireplace, so I just put the rags in the fireplace. What do you think? Let that soak in a bit. Give it about 10 minutes to dry or soak in, and then I'll rub it in. I need some fucking hot coffee. Oh, man. This can be the backside. One little scratch there. I ain't worried about it. I mean, you can barely tell. You can barely tell. See, it goes across there. That's the backside. Looks pretty nice, though. Jesus, she says. Gordon, change Band-Aid. Yeah, right. Put a new Band-Aid in. Can't wait to get in my dermatologist and get my shots for the psoriasis, man. I can't wait till it's completely gone off my hands. You like that blue, that color of blue there, brown sugar? Look pretty nice. I think it looks cool as shit, man. See how that cedar's just, you can see all the grain in that cedar? I mean, I think that's just sharp as all hell. That's why I wanted to use the cedar. I do have spalted maple. I'm going to make some of these out of spalted maple, just like the one the Barlo Queen's got. And here's what I modeled it after, if you're wondering. That's spalted maple. Let's watch her short here, shall we? Now, this music playing here, YouTube, Google might ban my live now after it's done processing because of the song. Even though they got rights to play it, I didn't, and they'll probably ban my live now. They'll block it. That happens to me all the time when I play music. So the best thing to do, it's almost over now, but this is a religious song. She's a religious lady, so they're not greedy like the rest of the music industry, so maybe I'll get lucky and they won't ban my live because of it. I can take the music out of just this part of the video. All right, we've seen it already. But that's her. I'm gonna mute her so they don't ban me. But you guys get a chance, check out the Barlo Queen here, man. Here she is here. The Barlo Queen. She's got a lot of cooking videos going on now. She's a woman of Christ, you know. I mean, very wonderful person. This is HTZDC's wife. You just bless your whole house by making that cross. Oh, yeah. You bet I did. My house is always blessed. But, yeah, you know, put on the whole armor of God, right, guys? Pray every day. And I'm a stout member of I'm a Knight of Columbus. That's the founder, McKinney, St. Mary's Church. I'm a Roman Catholic. So I don't preach the gospel to people. That's God's work, not mine. Only hypocrites preach the gospel. Or not preach it, but I'm sorry. Tell people how to live their Christian life. A lot of Catholics are hypocrites. I'll be the first to tell you that. So, anyways, this is the Barlo Queen's page here. And she's wonderful. She cooks right here. She did beef tips, shepherd pie, and comfort food. So a lot of her videos are cooking. You can watch her cook, Southern style. They live in Arkansas. I'll let you listen to her.
I'm not a fan of hamburger meat very much, so I thought we'll do beef tips instead. So
check her out, folks. You'll enjoy her videos. If you like to cook and you like Christ.
And Big Jim always wants to know
That's her.
what I used to cut my meat and vegetables. So this is a forged in fire 3.5-inch cleaver. So that's what I use today.
Forged in fire.
So I have a recipe that we're going to kind of follow. So in my pan, I've got 3 tablespoons.
Can you make that? Can I make what?
It calls it for olive
KNO.
oil.
What's KNO?
Avocado oil. So I do a
knife?
little bit different.
What knife you want to make? The one she had? Let me go back and look at it again. I didn't pay attention.
Of butter. It calls it. So I do. I have a recipe, very handy. Vegetables. So this is.
Oh yeah, I can make one of them easily.
Fire 3.5-inch cleaver.
Hammer pound finish on the top. I made several of them. I got a neck knife I made like that. Let me go get it. Here's my neck knife I made. This has got leopard wood. Man, this dang Band-Aid. I'm going to wrap some. Hold on. Put some masking tape around this son of a gun. I'll keep it from coming apart. I got oil on my fingers. I think that's. Here's my neck knife. What do I got on the handle here? Is that caulk or some shit on there? This is a hybrid sheath here. I got it on backwards. This has got my backwoods leather. That's the name of my leather business. And upholstery. Backwoods leather. And then Kodiak Edge is my knife, of course. That's the channel. I got oak leaves on there with some acorns. And this is a hybrid. This is half leather, half kydex. It's a neck knife. And I can make these any size, as big as the one she's using. But this is my hand finished cleaver. It's kind of like a CRKT almost. It's basically a box cutter, you know what I mean? Or whatever small, you know, you could even take it out in the woods with you and cut up some tomatoes or some veggies with it or whatever you want. But that's hand pound finished. Made my forge, and this is what they call leopard wood. I got nickel silver pins in it. I wanted something similar to the CRKT, but I didn't want to have all them fingers in it. So I just have one. But as you can see, it fits in there nicely. I could put a lanyard on this and you could choke up and it'll be a full hand if I was to drill a hole through it, if I made it with holes in them. But it cuts perfectly. No, I don't tan leather. I let the leather makers do that. I, on occasion, will tan a buckskin hide from a buck that I shoot. If I'm gonna make something from it, then I'll tan it. But that's as far as I go. So let me see if I can buff this. See what it looks like. Okay. Looks like glass now, guys. Everything buffed up nicely. Got a nice shine to it now. There it is. So, on display, I don't have no light on my damn stand, my light tower here. This is something I carved too here, but it cracked on me. Somebody's supposed to win it. Now I gotta carve another one. I tried to rush it before it dried and went to torch it, and it cracked on me. But this is a Cuxa, Kuksku, Cuxa. This the Norwegians. You put a leather strap around there. You can for drinking soup or coffee or whatever by the fire. Put your hand in here like this. Hold on. Put your hand in here like this. Pour like that. Put it in here like this. Many ways to use this. There's a long traditional 1,000-year history on this cup, and I hand carved this live. You can see it. Man, this tape don't want to work. I gotta get some duct tape, I'll tell you. But that was one of my last giveaways. Come on, man. I think postal tape will do it. I'll take it off when I go to bed. I just don't want you all to see my gnarled up finger. That did it. Now it won't come apart. So, anyways, yeah, I mean, that's a Cuxa, Cuck, K-U-K, Cuck. I think it's K-U-K-S-U, Cuxa. Look them up. Long history on these. They do what's called a baptism of the Cuxa. And they don't have people make them for them. All the Norwegians, they make them individually for themselves, and everyone's characterized differently. When they get it done, they baptize it with some wine. But it goes back 1,000 years, I think, if not longer. And I hand carved that from a tree branch that went out and got in my backyard. South Sudan. After the war, I have no reason to go back. Yep, I make all kinds of stools and tables in my lifetime. Rocking chairs, stools. If I could find the book. Yeah, traditional Windsor chairs. I made a couple of these for people. Shows you here the techniques in the back. They're very fun to make. I've made lots and lots of Adirondack chairs for people. I've even made them shaped like skulls. I make bows. I make homemade arrows. I make all. If it's made from wood, I probably made it. in my lifetime. Wood shaves, I made them. See here, bending the wood. See that sewage pipe? The guy shoots steam in it, see? And he puts his wood staves in there, you know. You want to bend them Windsor chairs, and that's why I built the one I got. And that's where I got it from. Up there. See that sewage pipe? Let me take this damn cord off the phone. This here, I take this lid off the front. I put my wood staves in there for the chairs or making other things I make out of wood. This is my steam pot. It's filled up with wood. I turn it on and I take that hose and I connect it back there in the bottom and it fills this up. In about 45 minutes, I can bend that wood in a complete circle. And you go in my links, you can see these fish nets that I make. Here's one specifically I make. It's a landing net for fly fishermen. It's made from mahogany and maple. And then I make the cobra knot sheaths for it. It clips on here. Clip that on your body or whatever. But that's my custom. This is spalted maple here. This is one of the first ones I ever made. I put G-Man on it. And I got a fish scale in the back you can measure your fish with. That's a rubberized net, and it's turning brown because I used to smoke in here. But, yeah. So, but I make all kinds of things from wood. I got this piece I'm going to finish up here probably next week or so after I finish my knives. I'm carving this out of mahogany. It's a scallop shelf inverted with the floral design on each side. This will go on the front of a fireplace just above it. I got a guy that wants it from me. I told him about it last week. He's like, hell yeah, man, I'll put that on my fireplace. Good friend of mine. So I like making pieces like that for people's living rooms. And yeah, well, you go in the link in my description in my YouTube channel, and you'll find all my links. My last adventure before I made knives and leatherwork was custom balsa crankbaits. In fact, I have one up here. Where'd it fall to? But I was serious about it. I had my baits, my custom crankbaits and my jigs that I tied were in Fisherman magazine, the #1 freshwater magazine, fishing magazine, freshwater fishing magazine in the world. My work was, you'll see it on my Facebook pages and the link in my description. Just click on my Facebook page for Elite Custom Lures. And I made everything from balsa cranks all the way to jigs and spinnerbaits. But I was known for my custom crankbaits all around the world. I have my lures sold all around the world, and they were in Bassin magazine a couple times, and I was in, no, not Bassin magazine. They were in Fisherman a couple times, and Bassin magazine every year for like the last 9 years I did it. So just go to the links in my description and click on my Facebook pages for Elite Custom Lures. I got the Kankakee River long nuts, Kankakee River nuts. That's the name of that Facebook page. And then I got my Celtic Woodwright page in there for my woodworking and everything I've done in my past. My multi-potential light adventures in my life. And I have another YouTube channel that I started. You can go to check out. It's called the Multi-Potentialite. And I just started, so I really ain't got but a couple of videos in there and a few shorts. But it's going to be based on everything I do. Well, from wildlife photography to music, guitars, and to cooking. I love to cook. Cowboy cooking with cast iron pots and pans. I'll be doing that outside. And that page will be just for that channel. Yep, I've even made myself a fly rod. and I make all my ties. There's my fly tying station. They're integrated into my leather shop. This is all my leather tools, working on leather, and then this is my fly. You can see all the fly tying tools all the way around it. And I've got many flies tied. I've traded with fly makers around the world. These are all mine. They're all streamers for bass fishing, and I got some minnows in here. All these top water streamer poppers, everything from bass to big king salmon here in the tributaries of Lake Michigan. So I tied every one of these. It's on a magnetic board on my man cave fridge. I didn't even pop in there. Nope. Out of pop. Out of soda. So that was part of my life. I don't do it now. I'm doing what I want to do the rest of my life, which is do leather work and make knives, and that's gonna remain the same. But yeah, that shines pretty darn good, man. I need to make them a nice little sheath for it. Little pocket slip for it. Can I see the close up of the guitar you have over there? This is my custom Epiphone Les Paul. And then I got a Fender Strat acoustic. I got like 8 other guitars. A couple of them I made. This one I just custom the way I wanted it. But it does get a little dust on it, so it's hard to keep it off at all times. But I got EMG, JH EMG pickups in it. I'm big on that James Hetfield and Metallica. I play a lot of their songs. I'm learning a lot of their songs. I'm almost done learning Masters of Puppet, and it's quick. First one I learned from them was Seek and Destroy. But yeah, this has got the cross on it like Hetfield's guitar, and he's got an original Les Paul, but you can custom these guitars and make them sound just as good, if not better, than any US Les Paul there is. But this is a sticker for my buddy's band. He passed away of cancer 5 years ago. He used to open up, I roadied with him. He used to open up for Quiet Riot and all them older bands from the 80s. Back when Randy Rose was in the band. Yep, I'm that old. That's my number one man is Randy Rhodes. James Hetfield, Kirk Mahammock, Stevie Ray Vaughan, I've seen them all. I've seen just about every band from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. More than once. I might be old, but I got to see the coolest bands ever. So, is it pretty easy? Well, anything's easy once you get past that learning curve, I mean, crankbaits ain't that hard to make, especially by hand, but I got a machine that I actually designed and made to make a lure body. But I started out making the bodies by hand, 2 pieces of balsa glued together and shape them. After you put the wires in them and shape them by hand, I did it by hand for a few years before I made a self-centering lathe system to cut the bodies out. I got that in my garage. I haven't had that thing fired up in 10 years. But I got some bodies in here somewhere. I'll probably finish one up and give it away on one of my giveaways here. But that'll probably be the Multi-Potentialite YouTube channel. If you want to go subscribe to that, I'll put the link up here. Let me see. Let me find it first. I'll post a link here. You guys can go over there and check.
Everybody.
Come on.
We're back in the kitchen with the Barlo Queen.
Let's go. Here we go. All right. View my channel. Okay. More. What the heck is this? Let me find it here. Hold on. I gotta blow this up or something. YouTube.com Kodiak Edge. What the heck is this? Let me try this. Copy. Paste. That's Kodiak Edge. Okay, I got the Kodiak Edge link in my multi-potentialate. I don't understand that. Where's the URL for this? Gman. YouTube.com. Oh, okay. Copy. Paste. Make sure my link's right for you all. Enter. There it is. Okay, it's under my Gman. All right, here's the link for you all, folks. Come on. Got it. Don't tell me what to do. Oh, I see why, because I'm in. Hold on. Got it. I got to switch it around here. I got to switch my account back. Switch account. Switch account. It told me to be polite when I went to Kodiak Edge. Okay. Come on, let's go. There it is. Love people like you still doing what you love. I'm retired now. I'm a retired carpenter. I retired in 2022. So now I do what I love. And you know, even when I was a carpenter my whole life, I never worked. Meaning, I busted my ass, but I'd never called it work. You do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. And I've always done what I loved. My dad was a carpenter. I became a carpenter, you know. I retired in the same hall he did as a union carpenter. But here it is, folks. There's my other YouTube channel, the Multi-Potentialate. You click on that link. It'll take you right to it. Please subscribe. I only have 16 subscribers because I just started the page. And that's where you're going to see me do all my other hobbies. Woodworking, making fishing nets. I'll probably be doing a video of making a fishing net. I'll do a video of making fishing lures, crankbaits, tying flies, my cooking, my cowboy cooking, you know, the Western style cooking with the cast iron pots and pans, and then occasional baking and stuff that I do up here in my kitchen. And I think I'm going to go upstairs and get me a pot of coffee on. And I might be live till 4 or 5 in the morning. Can you do cycling? You mean mountain biking? I do that all the time. Is that what you mean by cycling? Yeah, I sell what I make all the time. I mean, now I have a waiting list. Say if you want a fish net made, or you want a crankbait made by me, or you want a wildlife picture taken, because I got a degree in wildlife photography, digital photography. You know, you want anything done by me, you know, it's done by request. You email me. I'll put my email up here. Here's my email. Take down my email. You know, and just snoop around my YouTube channels. Both of my Multi-Potentialate. I just started, so there ain't much there yet. But all my links, a lot of stuff I've done and do, It's in, and I got to put a couple more links in there yet. I got a couple more Facebook pages I haven't put in there yet, but I'll have them all in there soon. I mean, I've had this channel for 16 months now, and at 16 months I have almost 4,000 subscribers, so it's growing pretty good for me. Hi, Alan. How's it going? That's my biggest passion is fishing. I grew up on the Kankakee River here in Illinois. I fish the Illinois, Kankakee, and Des Plaines all the time, Lake Michigan. I go up to Lake St. Clair, and I fish with a couple of professional fishermen up there that I've used to fish with. And I do all kinds of stuff, man. I'm just like very spontaneous. I'm multi-potential. I do lots of different things. So you'll keep up with that on my other YouTube channel. But this one here is specifically about knives and leather. And that's why I started that other page, but I ain't going to spend as much time on that page as I do this one. This is my biggest focus, is the knives and leather. It's my bread and butter, my retirement. It's what I do. I made this last night to make monkey fists. I had some brass rods laying around. I decided I'm going to make me a jig for making monkey fists. And this is one that I made it. Once you get it done, you can't put the ball fist back in there, but that's why I made it. I wanted to make the big 8-strand monkey fist. There's like 28 feet of paracord here. If you ever get in a survival situation and you need paracord, there's 28 feet here. 24 for the ball and like 8 feet or so, or maybe less of the cobra knot. Do you refinish that chair? What chair? The one I'm sitting on? No, this is just a junk chair that I had from an old table set that I didn't throw away. But I put my own cushion on the bottom for my butt. I made the cushion for it. I do upholstery work, and all that'll be on my multi-potential light. And then you'll see me sewing these EDC hanks and stuff with my industrial sewing machine here. I do all my upholstery work on. I do automobiles and custom Harley motorcycles, from leather to upholstery, you name it. So that's why I'm saying, if you want something made, you got to get on a list. And usually I'm a month or two backed up. Right now I'm currently about 3 months backed up because I'm making knives for my shows coming up. And for people that are having shows that want them to sell for me. So if you want something made, whether it's a fishing lure, a fish net, a crankbait, or anything I do, something hand carved or made out of wood or whatever. I even make custom watches. If you just want a custom watch made, I'll make you a watch. That'll also be on my multi-potential light. I'm going to start filming on there, making custom modified watches. Customs or modified watches. I collect watches now. I used to collect Coleman lanterns. I had over 180 of them. I just started taking up too much of my garage, so I sold the whole thing. So now I collect mostly knives. I've got over 1,000 knives in the toolboxes, in the chest, in this cabinet here. It's all full. I got lots of them put away. I got to put in there yet. I'm in the process of cleaning the thing back out, but I got all kinds of knives, all kinds of leather work. I've made these holsters up here, Western holsters for myself, and I made it for others. I made Dirty Harry holsters. I made it all, man. I make purses for women. In fact, I have made a boat, and I sold it. The guy gave me a good $1 for it. I made a cutter for fly fishing out of. And I figured, when I'm done with this YouTube channel, I just don't want to do it anymore, which will probably be about 10 years. I'm gonna get to the point where I'm gonna just quit doing social media and YouTube, and of course YouTube will still pay me after I'm done for all the clicks, and I'll still make money off it. Won't have to do a thing. But I'm gonna make me another boat probably when I hit 70 in 10 years. And that boat will be the last big wooden thing that I make. And I'll fish till the day I die in it. I have several boats that I fish in now with. But I plan on fishing till I'm about 90 years old. You know, my diet's very strict. I don't eat processed crap foods in the grocery stores. I have all my meats and my fish delivered to my house from the source. And very seldomly buy I don't never buy processed meats in the store. The deli's the worst. Anybody tell you that Subway's healthier than McDonald's is way out there, because a lot of Americans don't realize how processed the meats are that you get in the deli and that's in Subway. In fact, it's worse than eating processed Angus beef from the local butcher. So, Seven Brothers Farm in Indiana, I get all my meats processed up and never frozen. Same with my fish. I get it from wild Alaskan. It's never frozen. They catch it, they process it, send the orders immediately in dry ice. I'm the first person to freeze it. And they come in their own. Gotta plug my phone. 96%. That ain't bad. They come in their own proportion sizes, so you don't overfeed yourself. Fishing pox sign. What's that? Oh yeah, you like my fishing pox sign? Where's that at? I put it somewhere over here. Where do you see that at? Where did I put my fishing pox sign? Oh, warning, fishing pox. Very contagious to adult males. Yeah, up there in the corner, right? Yep, yep. So, there's my email, KodiakEdge402@gmail.com. If you want to get a hold of me, have something custom made, get on the list. And when it's your time, say 2 to 3 months, I'm booked. When it's your time, I'll email you back and say it's your turn. It's your time. You want to purchase what you want? We'll get making it. You want something custom made the way you want it? I can do that too. But when you're up, you're up, and that's when I concentrate on making just your item. So that means I've made the items before you, and it's your turn. A dinghy, that's what I made. I made a fellow a dinghy. Well, it was for myself. You know, it was a 20-foot dinghy. It's the curved boat that's used for fly fishing while you're standing. As soon as I got it done, he wanted it, man. And I couldn't turn down $5,000 for it. I made the whole inside with teak and mahogany. All the gunnel was made from mahogany. My seats were made from mahogany. My floor grating was made from mahogany. I made the whole body out of teak plywood. And it turned out wonderful. And I wrapped the whole thing in fiberglass so you could see all the wood. Don't eat a lot of Lake Michigan fish. Where are you from? Yeah, are you from like Canada? So you're familiar with Lake Michigan? I eat a lot of king salmon out of Lake Michigan. That and perch. That's two of the fish that I specifically target there. And for sport fishing, I like the smallmouth and the big kinks coming in the tributaries. And Lake St. Clair, I go there too. For the smallies, I mean, I'll catch 50, 60 smallies, averaging 4 pounds in a day there. With FLW Pro Art Ferguson, I go up there and meet him and we go fishing. You're from here? What, Illinois? Is this somebody I know locally or what? Man, I really want to make some coffee. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay live, but if you all have patience for me, I'll go and make a pot. I got the single cup pot maker, so it makes it in a couple of minutes. I love cooking salmon, man. I do it all different ways. It's one of the best fishes to eat when it comes to your omega-3s and your health. Of course, we all know that. Nothing beats pure food for omega-3s and supplemental diet. Omega-3s is so important for your diet. I mean, that's people get Alzheimer's and dementia because the 63% your brain's made of starts drying up and cracking up, and all the neurological transmitters start drying up and just going away because you don't have enough good fat in there to keep it sustainably great. So the omega-3s are important for that. People eat too many trans fats, it all goes up there and it just screws it all up. So you got to have omega-3s in your diet. I eat lots of fish. I supplement with about 4,000 milligrams of pharmaceutical grade fish oil every day, daily. You can't overdose on it. The older you get, the more you want. Don't read the bottle. The bottle tells you to take 500 milligrams a day. That's for a 10-year-old. 20-year-olds should be taking 2,000 milligrams. 40-year-olds should be taking 3,500. And a 60-year-old should be taking 4,500. My late father's name, I'll be happy to help you out, brother. And, you know, when I can fit you in, if it's before the 3 months, I'll let you know. I'll email you and say, hey, I got time for your knife. Well, let's do it. I'll email you back. Sweet Willie, is your name Bill? I just call you Bill for short. Bill, I'll email you back and we'll talk about it, what you want done. And so it'll probably be tomorrow. You know, most people, best time to get a hold of people is probably after dinner. And I eat dinner like a clockwork with my wife, 5 p.m. every night. So after 6, I'll answer a lot of emails. Sometimes I'll do it during the day because I'm retired and wait for an answer. Bill is fine. Okay. Sweet Willie. I got you. Does any of you have a YouTube channel I might check out and have to subscribe to? Because I do return the favor. It's like one big knife community family here. Yes, 3 of the ones that are small enough for me to get out. I've been in martial arts since 1972. 1973 I started. And I've got several weapons that I have. I never say mastered because nobody really masters anything, to tell you the truth. Because when you stop learning, you know, that means if you mastered it, you can't learn anymore. And I don't care if it's a weapon or if it's making things, making leather, making knives. You never learn everything. So I'm a 4th Dan black belt. I discontinued doing it 10 years ago. I could be a master now if I wanted to, but it doesn't mean nothing to me. I still get the weapons out for physical fitness the staff, the nunchuckers. I love working with them. I'll even get the Bali songs out and go through routines with them. Great. All the things I used to do to compete. I competed with Bali songs when Benchmade first came out with them. I was big into the Bali song. The Scream of Sticks, tonfas, size swords, katana short sword, bow staff, and nunchucks. I worked with all them weapons and got proficiently great with them, both in competition and freestyle. Three-piece staff, I didn't really care for it. I mean, Brandon Lee was into it. Bruce Lee's kid. He was very profound, very proficient with it. You can't do everything. You pick and choose what you love to do. And I got into it at the age of 7 years old because I was in love with Bruce Lee. What a life he lived, man. I know the real story about Bruce Lee, where he came from, what it was all about, and how he was named, and the gangs, the underground mafia that he was affiliated with. And I was never fortunate to meet Bruce Lee. I almost had a chance to. But I did meet Chuck Norris and Bad Brad Hefton, the heavyweight kickbox champion in the United States in the mid-'80s. I met him in a couple tournaments that I was in. I fought a couple of his students. And Big Bad Brad Hefton was a Chicago cop. And he had the fastest kick at the time before, and I also met this fellow, what's his name? These are people of my time. Bad Brad Hefton, Chuck Norris, Douglas Dwyer, my great grandmaster, and Sid Bennett. Douglas Dwyer was my great grandmaster. He brought the karate from Okinawa, Japan, style that I was in Shorei Ryu, to the United States in 1946. And so I got to meet him, Douglas Dwyer, before he passed. And Sid Bennett, he was close friends to my grandmaster, which was Ozzie Mitchell. And Ozzie Mitchell passed 5 or 6 years ago. He ran the Peter Claver Center, him and his wife, Peggy Mitchell, in Joliet, Illinois, home of the Blues Brothers. Right there just down the road from the Collins Street Prison, where the movie was filmed. And, he was my grandmaster. My master sensei was Dean Bergman, I started with in 1972. So I met Bad Brad Hefton and Bill Wallace. Bill Wallace is known around the world. In fact, he was in a movie with Bruce Lee. And Bill Wallace, they call him Superfoot Wallace. He was my time. He could bring his foot up, kick you on both sides of your head in less than a second. That's how fast he was. I mean, he would bitch slap you from the ground up in a half a second. I mean, that's how quick he was. Superfoot Wallace, they call him. He was a kickboxing champ at one time. And he fought against Bad Brad Hefton and won once and lost once. So they both competed and held the title apiece. I never competed in kickboxing, but I did compete in Midwest fighting. In katas and weapons and katas. And in 1989, when I was to go in the Navy to the Gulf War, because I chose to go in the Navy because my dad did, I held the Midwest trophy for heavyweight brown belt division. Heavyweight brown belt division in the Midwest. I had the fastest backhand in 1989 than anybody in the whole Midwest. I mean, I could just reach out and backhand you in the back of your head
faster
than you can flinch. And right now at 60 years old, I'm pretty quick still. See, that was so fast. I actually came this close to the camera, but you didn't see it. That is funny. This is half speed. And I came this far from the camera. Let's see if it shows. I got some lag time here. That's half speed. I was that close to the camera. I used to make throwing stars when I was a kid, but as I got older, I learned throwing stars are just for television watchers, you know what I mean? I have several here that I tinker with and play with and throw with my throwing knife. But, you know, I'm martial arts is a discipline. It's not something that you brag about or show off. It's just something that you have to defend yourself, your family, just like a gun. You know, it's a discipline, you know, and you don't really brag about them. I could specifically have a YouTube channel just for martial arts or just for weapons. You know what I mean? You can't do everything. You know, as I gotten older, I've learned, hey, pick one thing. What's my YouTube channel going to be about? Well, I have a great passion for making knives and doing leather work, and that's probably what I'm going to do the rest of my life along with fishing. So my multi-potentialite, my second page that I created, I'll have some videos of me showing people how to bass fish and walleye fish and crappie fish and all the different fishing I did all over my life. I do want to go up, make a small cup of coffee if you don't mind. And I'll be back, but I'll only be live probably for another half an hour. Electrical outlet plates. Hey, anything's a weapon, man. You know, I could kill somebody with this as fast as I could a knife. You know what I mean? In fact, my whole life I've learned to use my surroundings as weapons. I can pick up anything around me and literally put somebody down with it. It's just your level of training, your mental aptitude to understanding your surroundings. It's the same with weaponry. When I learned small arms in combat, when I went to school for it, everything was taught about your surroundings. Using your surroundings as body shields, using your surroundings as a means of getting on point or getting in cover or getting around assailant to where they expose themselves in that split second to where you can draw and come up on them. So there's just a lot to do with training with weapons, awareness, you know, when I go out in public, you can ask my wife, I never sit unless my back's to the wall in a restaurant. I'm always visually focused on that front door. I'm always visually focused on everybody around me. You know what I mean? And yet I can still have a conversation with people, but my mind and my body is always focused on my surroundings. You know, and then I look at my surroundings as what can I use for this? What can I use for that? Here I can go and tuck under cover. Here I can flip this table up. Here, over there, I can make a bomb in the microwave, you know, something you see on TV. Just things you think about constantly. My training never ends from my military days. It's never ends. My combat awareness training, tactical firearms, small arms shooting started in the military and it's never end. I still go to tactical combat training classes. And I will, the rest of my life, I carry a weapon or a gun. Because most people are a threat to themselves without the training and the people around them than they are with just going to a range and shooting a bullseye and a target. Look, honey, I can shoot. I need a gun now. No, you don't. Believe me, it doesn't stop at the gun range. Well, Sweet Willie, let me explain something to you. I've done a lot of research on life in general. I've done a lot of research with politics. I've got relatives that were state representatives. My uncles were state representatives. My grandfather was a mayor. They got their flags at half staff in Washington when they passed. I've done a lot of research, and the last two generations are pretty much screwed. Because as a tool, countries around the world use this as a tool to dumb down their societies. And there's a reason for it. Because they created a system making people dependent upon. That's what they want. They don't want people critically thinking. They don't want them sitting around the tables figuring out how they're getting screwed up the ass, like George Carlin said, right? I mean, everything George Carlin said was dead the truth. They quit filming him live on television because the news commentators, what he had to say didn't fit their agendas, and he can bury them with the truth. And they didn't like it, so they quit filming them live because they didn't like the truth. They didn't want the public to know the truth. And the truth is, the banks own Washington. Washington's corrupt. They own them. They can't function without them. They create all the wars. Everything's a big lie. History's a big lie. So unfortunately, we have the last 2 decades growing up in a society that's being created to be who they are through what is a tool that's being used around the world globally, not just here in the United States. And it's called feminism. And now we're in the 5th phase of feminism. Women just shouldn't wake up, Christian women, God's children, that's in God's country, United States, they just didn't say, hey, I want a career, I want a job, I want to work. I want to have everything that the man's capable of having. Well, you never will. They just didn't wake up thinking that. And hey, I'm gonna push this. The women's liberation movement, solidarity in the 40s, 50s, it wasn't created by women. It was created by a political agenda. So, where kids will make hard times. Well, see, here's the deal. You notice education went downhill. At the same time, feminism's all over social media. It's all over the television. What a woman should look like. How should she act? She don't need men. Well, if that's the case, then don't get married. Because no woman, through their vow shall bear children and go to work. No. You wean your children at home as intended by God first, and then go get you a career. But see, and that's why feminism was created. Because only 46% of the nation were male. The other 58% or 54% were female. There you go. Get them all working. Get them tax dollars rolling. Get them all careers. Knowing if women go to work, the kids will get ignored now. They won't be weaned properly according to Christ and the Bible and the Christianity, what started this nation here in America and most European nations. So the kids the last 2 generations have been dumbed down so much from feminism as a tool, not created by women, but created by governments all around the globe, not just here, as planned. All right, now I'm not going to talk more about that. Let's talk about knives and just look it up, people. Look up feminism, how it's destroying the world's societies or America's society. Look it up. You'll be surprised what you find. Women furniture. I mean, it's really provocative for a woman to hear that feminism is destroying our culture and our society. But if women really understood what feminism is and who created it, they'd understand. And I believe that every woman should have the same right as a man. But capability-wise, they'll never have the same capabilities physically and mentally because our brains are born differently. And you can read a book called Brain Sex that I read. It explains the woman's brain versus the man's brain and how it is differently and how they'll never be the same. The women are social characters and they go through here. Men mathematical and challenging characters, and they go through here. But women go through here and here. You know what I mean? So women will never really be like men, and men will really never be like men. And then now we got transgender misidentification. These parents are letting their kids before they're 18 change from being a male to a female or vice versa. And then when they hit 18 or become 22 years old, what was I thinking? They want their femininity back or they want their masculinity back. Why did I do this? Any parent that does that to their child before they're 18 years old should be hung. That's the way I look at it. So anyways, I don't want to get off into this tangent. I'll do that on my multiple potentialite page. I will start talking politics and everything I do on it. O's Right World New Real. Instagram. All right, that just popped up. I want our country back. Well, Brad, here's how you get your country back. No politician is going to get it back for us. Why? Because the banks own everything. They own it all. Okay, just like George Carlin said, he was 100% right. Ron Paul said it's time to end the feds. Even Kennedy tried to end them. Guess what happened to him? Ron Paul didn't get elected president because he wanted to end the feds. The banks own it all. The banks are draining our wealth. If they're not, if you don't think you're paying the banks every day, you better not be using one of these. And you know what? I pay cash for most of the shit I buy now. You're paying 3.5% every time you use that debit card. You're paying monetary inflation of about $4,000 to $5,000 a year now, more a year to live. All right, since 2020, the price of living went up almost 60%. We're at 58.9% since 3 years ago. So monetary inflation went through the roof. What is that? Well, that's when the government borrows money that they can't afford to pay back by the banks that own Washington. They own it all. They own Wall Street. They decide who wins and loses. They own every corporation. They got them all in their pockets. The banks own it all, okay? But we still have the power. We'll only get our country back and make our country great again as if we starve the banks. And if YouTube consistently listen to what I have to say, they'd probably ban my channel. You know, even Google and YouTube's owned by the banks. They're all. So is Trump. In fact, Trump don't really have any expendable money. So nothing. Trump. I'm not even going to talk about that idiot or the last four idiots before him. But anyways, the banks own it all. Until we starve the banks, pay cash. Start out doing that. Don't put none of your money in the banks. Pay cash. Send them checks in the mail. But, you know, it's easier. I have automatic payment. When I get paid, the money goes in the bank just for my bills, and it goes to my bills. I don't have any money in the bank. Because if they collapse, by federal law, 40 years to pay you back. Are you going to be alive 40 years? I'm not. Talk to you later. Brown sugar. Okay. Okay, Gordon. Getting up in a few. Talk to you later. All right, brown sugar, man. Thanks, babe. We'll see you on the next one. Probably in a couple days. You know how I am. Every other day or something. But thanks for your support. Love you, and God bless you, and be safe tomorrow. Or today. See you on the next one. So, anyways. That's that. That's my rant for the day. The banks are own it all. Until we starve the banks, we can collapse them in a week. All we got to do is quit using them. That's all. Shut down. Don't get any loans. See, they're making a system where we're dependent upon them, and we got to reverse that. You don't need to be paying 3.5% every time you use this card. That's why I pay cash every time I get every chance I get. Sometimes convenience, I got to use it. But the restaurant in your town, all right, it's a popular restaurant, right? Let's say you go to the Mississippi Bayou, Blue Bayou, or whatever it's called, the restaurant where they serve the greatest Cajun food. I guarantee you that restaurant is paying $138,000 to $155,000 a year just in 3% fees used on your card. So they have to pay it to the banks. See, they charge you to pay the banks. Now, when you use this at a cash station, you got to pay 3.5% to 4.5% to get money out of an ATM that's not yours. Every time you purchase something, you're paying 3.5% more to use this card. So why not pay cash? Take cash with you everywhere you go. Start starving these banks. Let's get our dependence back. We can get it all back. Once we take the money and the control of money away from Washington, guess what? We're their true constituents again. They start working for us again and not the banks. Because our government don't make any money. Hell, Trump, his first term, lifted the debt ceiling twice so he can borrow more than was allowed through Washington. And that hit us with a $6,000 a year bill. Actually, about $4,800 a year more you're paying just from Trump's first 4 years. And Trump spent the most money in 4 years than any president in the history of our country by lifting that. And you could say half of that has to do with the pandemic, but Biden had to go through it too. But I'm not talking presidents; they're all puppets. The bank follow the money. The banks own it all. The banks run it all. It's all about the banks. And when I mean banks, I don't mean American banks. The Federal Reserve is no more Federal and Federal Express. It's non-existently owned by the government. It's owned by the IMF, which is the International Monetary Fund. The IMF is a cartel of international bankers started by the Rothschilds that took over the financial systems, the monetary systems of almost all industrialized countries in the world, all but 4. And one of them's Iran. And guess who they're after now? See, they go into wars against these countries so that the IMF can take over their financial future. And that's what was planned by Rothschilds. I care not what law a country makes. Give me the control of its money, and I care not what laws it makes. And the government doesn't have to answer. The Federal Reserve, that's owned by the IMF, the international con artists, they don't have to answer to our government and nobody. And that was Rothschild's plan. So you follow the money, all evil roots around it. Our country's going to shit because of the money supply, because of money. And it's getting to the point where Americans are going to completely collapse. The dollar's completely collapsing. Other countries like Russia, China, and North Korea, and all of them started their own monetary system. They're bringing on all these countries. We used to supply China with 60% of our crops, 60% of soybeans and corn. Guess what now? They're going to Malaysia and Honduras and a couple other countries. They don't need our corn and beans. So now the farmers are screwed. And everything that he's done ain't going to hit us for the next 4 years. And when it does, it does. So they're all goofballs, man. Everyone. Here I go on a political rant again. I'm sorry, folks. I love knives, and that's what this is about. You want more? Email me. I'll be glad to answer any of your questions. Okay, if a tariff is needed, let me ask you this. America first, right? If a tariff is needed, why do we import 90% of our goods into this country? We don't make nothing. Use 10%. In the 80s, we made 95%. We made the world's goods. But see, NAFTA's changed all that. It's all gone. This country's an international cesspool of commerce, all right? There is no capitalism in this country. It's socialism. We have an 85% socialist economy based on we take your money and give you what you should have back. Not we have a free market in capitalism and there's competitive free market where there is free trade, fair trade by competitive markets around the world. No, we don't have that. It's not capitalist country. All right. No, we only make 10% of the goods we use. That's it. We only have 10% of manufacture. We used to have 95. So 90% of the world makes what we use, and that 90% is based on the majority of products we use, which is what is it? Energy and what is that? It's not physical goods. It's energy and resource, or no, not resources. What do they call that? Damn it. I wrote it down here. Hold on. Okay, here. Blah, 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 blah. California. Let me see here. I think I wrote it down here. So, you know, this MAGA bullshit, let me know how it works out for you in the next 5 to 10 years, okay? Wait till you get hit with this monetary inflation. That's going to be twice as bad as the first one that he created. See, people just don't understand how politics, the banks, and what's going on in this country actually works, because they're too derailed by a social media outlet and media outlet that just lies through them ingeniously. You know, and that's all the presidents are, puppets to divert the truth of what's actually going on in this country while Congress screws us all. I got something in here about the, well, I have an article here. Hey, as long as I'm on it, I might as well keep going, right? I don't say nothing that's wrong. I just state the facts. And people that listen to the media and the television believe it, that they got their facts straight. And you don't get it. If you watch the news, if you don't watch the news, you're not informed. But if you do watch the news, you're misinformed. So what's the difference? So let me see here. Steel knife, the Foley knife, the plan. Let me see here. No, that ain't it. Poor people of America. Okay, here's the article that I wrote. Actually, I heard a fellow talk about this from over in the UK. See, a lot of Europeans and a lot of foreigners are more aware of what's going on in this country and how than the American people is, and that's a fact. But Americans are living in the dragon's mouth until they wake. That's what this fellow wrote about. Americans are living in the dragon's mouth until they awake. Basically, I'll tell you right away, the banks are the dragon's mouth. So this is a couple pages long, and I'll go through it real quick. Poor people of America, not because they are weak, but because they are first to see it was also the test club. They were first to be flooded. It was also the test club. They were first to be flooded with addictive pharmaceuticals, first to be buried in weaponized debt, first to be physically fractured by engineering, first to be entertained into sedation, first to be punished. Because if Americans woke up fully, it would be game over for the machine. That's why the system doesn't fear a foreign enemy. It fears the awakening of its people. And I have awoke years ago. The American people are a hero, but no one told them they were living in the dragon's mouth. And what you're witnessing in the collapse of trust in the social chaos, the inability to distinguish truth from manipulation, isn't because the people have failed. It's because the people have been systematically broken and then blamed for it. And that's what the current administration is really good at. They are not the tyrants. They are the first line of resistance that's being crushed preemptively so the rest of the world won't get any ideas. So what now? Do we abandon them? Do we mock them? Or do we finally recognize that behind the operate crisis, the obesity, the division, the rage, is a pollution in mourning? Mourning the death of the sovereignty, its family structures, and its purpose. The question isn't whether Americans deserve to be free. The question is whether they'll remember that they were born to be free. Take it how you want, man. That's the way it is. Right now, we're going through this blame game that the Democrats are destroying this and destroying that, and and the Republicans, have never destroyed anything and will never destroy this. And in all reality, the majority of the states are red states, right? They're right to work states. They're poor states. They pay the least amount of taxes. And that's the way it is. Okay? Not all red states. But for the majority of them, they are. So it's basically the blue states, like let's say California is a blue state. They paid the most money in federal taxes than any state in the country because of its size and its per capita, right? In fact, $83.5 billion as a donor state, as like Illinois, $38.5 billion as a donor state. Massachusetts, the most, $104 billion as a donor state. What donor states mean is they pay the majority of taxes that pay for the supplemental incomes of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and all these benefits through socialist programs that the people in like the poorer states like Mississippi and West Virginia or Virginia, they receive the most money from the donor states. But they're the ones that's complaining the most that the donor states are corrupt and then this. And you know what? They wouldn't have all these things that they need if it wasn't for us donor states. See, Americans don't know what a donor state is. They don't know what a recipient state is. They don't know the difference between red and blue states. All they know is what they're being force fed, like this fellow said in this article, while they're getting screwed behind the closed doors. So don't believe anything any politician tells you on the news, on the television. Politicians become politicians because they want a legal license to steal from you. And the banks own them and they own you. Think about it. Can you live without a bank? Are you free without money? No. You were taught not to be. So that answers your question. You want to make America great again? Starve the banks and we'll start over. The dollar's about ready to collapse. The big show is almost over. The MAGA show and all the bullshit lies that we've been force-fed for the last 6, 7 administrations. Since Reagan, it all went to shit. And it's not getting better. So in fact, the first tariff wars, when there's tariffs on 90% of the goods that we need, that we use every day, that's imported into the country, that's why everything that you buy now since 2022, just in 3 years, went up 60% almost. Think about that. From the last sanctions of tax wars on imports. Now we're doing it again. So guess what? In 3 years, a year after he's out of an administration, it's going to go up to like 110%. See, you're going to pay $40 for a steak. You're going to pay $6 for gasoline. You're going to pay all these corporations that are being taxed. In fact, the 90% of the goods that we consume come into this country that we do not make. We only make 10% of the world. Now Chevy's laying off 30,000 jobs. Ford's laying off 50,000 jobs. They're not paying these import taxes to get their shit into the country to make cars for you. So they're moving to Mexico. They're moving to Canada. They're moving to Argentina and Venezuela. They're moving to where they don't have to pay these taxes that's being forced on them. So you don't have to pay 50% more in 3 more years. And they're not going to pay it. So every time a tax levy is done on imports, every time taxes are done on our hard-earned income, it affects you, not them. The corporations and the banks, they just raise the prices. Monetary inflation, look it up. So I'm done. I think I'm done with my live tonight. I hope you've enjoyed my show other than my rants about reality. And I didn't read none of your comments. If you're a mega supporter and all that, it means nothing to me. I don't care if you support the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. They mean absolutely nothing to me. As a true American and a libertarian, I understand the truth. I know what's going on in this country. And until we starve the banks, it's not going to get better again. especially the bozo there was on the verge of going bankrupt, and it's all the government contracts lifted him back up. So I don't care what you have to say about MAGA this, MAGA that. It's all a bunch of bullshit lies. I don't give a shit about Biden's administration. It was all a bunch of bullshit lies. Obama's, Bush's, Clinton's, Reagan. The only true president we ever had that went up against the banks was Kennedy, and they took him out. And Ron Paul, a Republican at that, said it's time to end the feds, and that's why he's not the president. And until we starve the banks, get off this bullshit MAGA, make everything great again, it's not happening. It didn't happen the first term, and it's not going to happen this term. And you'll see. The dollar will probably collapse before Trump gets out of office. They're not buying our treasury bonds. The governments, these countries, that's how our government made money. We don't make anything anymore. How can you tax the shit out of shit that's being brought into the country to make shit for you when we only make 10% of the shit for you? That's not going to level the playing field. That's not going to bring back manufacturing. Because the resources that they do manufacture for us is basically technology. We consume mostly technology than anything, and the world makes 90% of it for us. We don't make nothing. We make bridges, we make some steel, we make some automobiles, we make some of this. We only make 10% of what we consume here. So until you bring that back first, it's not going to happen. All right. You were wage slaves. U.S. citizens need to declare independence from the tyrannical government by boycotting. Now, here you go. This Dragons Man 929. Listen to him. See, the people around the world are well more informed than the American people are. American people are just so dumbed down that they just don't have a clue. You know, even in China, kids by the time they're 13 can speak 3 languages. You got college students out of graduates out of college in America. 85% of them, unless they major in it, 85% of college students in America cannot speak nor write 1 language, let alone 3, like they can at 13 in China. English grammar. 85% of college students in America cannot write nor speak proper English grammar unless they major in it. Well, back in the 40s, up until the 40s, 1940s, a 13-year-old then could. So look how much systematically they've dumbed down our society since the 1940s and progressively as it got worse and worse. Look at our education system today. Look at our healthcare, our food system. Everything that used to be important that made this country great is gone, wiped out by people that believe in a system that threw them overboard that's going to make their country great again. It ain't going to happen. Wake up, people. Hey, man, what guitar is that behind you? I got 2 guitars. I got an Epiphone Les Paul that I customized with James Hetfield EMGs on it because I play a lot of Metallica. And I play like a bluegrass, Celtic music, and blues. I've got several other blues guitars that I made and worked on. And then this one over here, the Fender acoustic here. I play that one a lot on a lot of the older 80s and 70s and 80s blues tunes and select music that I like. But it is now 3:28. I think I'm going to hang it up at 4 o'clock, folks, and I'm done with the political bullshit. You are breaking up. Am I breaking up? Maybe YouTube's doing it for me for exposing the truth to everybody. He can make, oh man, look at that. I'm not even on my YouTube channel here on my damn phone. What's it? My chat log is gone. There it is. My chat log froze. Can you see me good now, Barbara? You are breaking up. Am I still breaking up? Why is that? I got 100% on my phone. My PC seems to be working fine. Sometimes it's muted. I don't have the mute on. I think Google's doing it to me because of my political rants. They're known to do shit like that, but I'm done with that. This is about nice. Maybe I'll come back to a full sound now. Or maybe it's just my phone, or I've been on so long that it's doing it every 20 minutes. Maybe it's trying to run a commercial and can't. I don't know. You guys getting commercials on this? I don't think I hit the option for it. Yeah, see, that's what you got to do, Dragonman. Where are you from, Dragonman? You from somewhere in the UK or what? But yeah, I mean, you struck a lot of important factors here, and I want to get off of boycott, not paying taxes, taking our money, and that's exactly out of the bank in building homestead communities. Exactly. Until we get off the tit of the U.S. government, the system they created to make us dependent upon, the tit, quit sucking on it, and become homesteaders, become resourceful, go back to the way things used to be. You know, take the money out of the banks. Don't use the money. If everybody in this country said, you know what, F you guys, we're not paying our bills, we're not paying our loans, and we're taking all our money out of the banks, they collapse less than a week. They're done. And then what does Washington do? They wake their asses up. They ain't got nobody to pay them anymore, and they start working for you again. That's how you make America great again. And that's the only way it's going to come down. All right. Americans obsessed with their flags. They put it on underwear. Well, yeah. And you know what? We've got the only national anthem that talks about bombs and bursting and blowing up things. Imagine that. I'm not degrading the American flag. I'm not degrading my country. I served in 2 wars. I served for you, supposedly. But, you know, it's very ashaming to witness what I'm witnessing now with my government. You know, our biggest expense is the military budget. In fact, it went from 900 billion, well over 1.15 trillion under the last 2 administrations, the last 3 administrations, I'm sorry. And almost a billion, you know, almost $1 trillion of it, 950 billion a year is going through the Pentagon to 1,750 private contractors to make weapons of war, where 85% of the weapons never make it to combat. I've never seen, when I was in the Gulf War, what we needed, when we needed it. When we got it, the war was done, we left it there. You take it, you take it, you take it. Because Lockheed Martin, Boeing, General Electric, all of them military contract corporations, 1,750 of them to be exact, are going to suck up that 950 billion a year to make them weapons, regardless if we need them or not. They just stockpile them in other countries, stockpile them in stockyards in the United States, and send them here and there as we need them. So it's all a scam, man. How pity to be American soldier. Well, the American soldiers, Dance, is lied to. They think they're going to war. They think they're going to protect our country from freedoms, and the total opposite is true. You know, that whole Middle Eastern war, when I was there in Desert Storm, I was in the Kuwaiti Liberation in the U.S. Navy, all right, in the Red Sea, deployed in the Red Sea, taking troops in and out in the Red Sea. That was all about the banks, the international conmen that own our monetary system, like they do all the other industrialized countries, except for the Middle Eastern countries. So that war, once you own a country financially, you own the resources, basically. So the Middle Eastern war was basically about, now if I was told this before I went there and went into the military, I probably would have never joined. And our poor children have to die for this bullshit. And that's what's sad about it all. They go in and they get these people engulfed in war. They create these wars so that the banks profit on not only all sides, because they own them all financially, except the ones they're fighting against. The ones they're fighting against in the Middle East, they own the oil, a lot of the world's oil supply, so they want to take them over financially. So how do they do that? They get them in the war with all our allies and our military, and we get them to the point that we're financially broke, and they come begging to the IMF that owns our Federal Reserve and all these monetary systems of the industrialized countries worldwide. So it gets them broke to where they come begging. Okay, we give up. Now, before the Gulf War, the Middle Eastern War, and the Kuwaiti Liberation that I was involved in, now every country in the Middle East is broke. They broke their backs financially, and they begged the IMF to take them over financially, and now they did. They own all these countries. Saudi Arabia, all of them are under the oath of the I don't know if Saudi Arabia is. I think they brought in the BRICS with Russia and China. I'm not sure. But we used to supply them with everything. In fact, we protected them with the oil supply, the money supply with the oil. We had a lot to do with Saudi. But anyways, so now the IMF owns all these Middle Eastern countries except for one. And guess who that is? And guess what? We're going after them right now. In fact, two of them. Korea, Iran. The IMF will keep going after Iran until they get them, until they're financially broke. And it's just that. That's why Iran wants nuclear weapons, because they know the money machine's up against them. And I just recently found out, if you watch 2020, you've seen it. It's one of the programs I do watch because it's very thoughtful and inciting on a lot of different issues around the world. For the last 5 years, China's been hacking a lot of the industrialized companies around the country. They're actually planning to be able to hack our systems whenever they want to attack our mainland. That's what they're planning on now. And our intelligence is starting to cracking them. They're busting them for doing it. Some of these businesses are reporting. You watched the report on 2020 on it. They had a big write-up on it. And that's one thing we have that's stronger than most countries in the world is our technology. And if that ever goes away and the international companies that own it all pull out, we're done. Might as well all own a gun. Yellowstone is going to blow soon. Oh, I'm sure it probably will sooner or later. It's got natural glaciers underneath that are volcanic. So if it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. I think our dollar is going to blow up before Yellowstone is. We might be lucky to see it in our lifetime, or not lucky to see it in our lifetime, but I know our children most likely will. That makes me want to live near Yellowstone, you know what I mean? I don't live anywhere where there's flooding waters constantly. I don't live anywhere where there's tornadoes constantly. You know, especially if I can't get away in a reasonable amount of time. I'm 680 feet above the ocean floor. And we don't have a lot of hillside man-made reservoirs that can flood towns in a heartbeat. We do have 145,000 acres of water surrounding me, but it's all in the same plain. Occasionally the river will flood and take a few houses out on its way, but nothing too serious inland, so I keep myself out of the danger zone all the time. Explain the petrodollar, please. Well, I'm not, because I haven't studied enough on the petrodollar. You know, there's, you know, anything can be money. The states have the power to make their own money and say the hell with the federal government. You know, some states I think are starting to do it. You know, we can make our own money in the state of Illinois. We don't have to pay the federal government a dime. The state of Illinois don't. But we do. Like I said, we're one of the biggest donor states in the country. Like, we pay like $38 billion a year. California's the biggest next to Delaware. Delaware's the biggest. They pay like $104 billion a year. Massachusetts. $104 billion. The biggest donor state in the country. California is the second biggest at $83.5 billion. And when I say donor state, I mean, and California gets less than 30% back in federal grants and loans and shit like that for their state. You know, they pay $83 billion a year. No, 38. I'll get my numbers mixed up. $83 billion a year. Illinois, $38 billion, something like that. Because we make the most tax. We pay the most taxes. We have the highest income, the highest living expense, and we pay the most taxes. So we are the donor states. All these poor right-to-work states, the red states especially, are the recipient states. They're the ones that receive a majority of the funds that we pay taxes on. And people don't get that. So look it up. Look up donor states and recipient states and how it works. You know what I mean? Learn how the government actually works before you believe some goofball. That's all I got to say. Oh, dream on lies. What's that? I'm missing a lie. Most Western states, allies coming or what? Aliens coming? I don't know about that. MAGA. See, we still got these MAGA nuts, man. Let me know how it works out for you in 5 years, because I'm going to tell you what, you're not going to like it. It's going to be twice as bad as it is now. You think your bills went up your expense of living went up 60% in 4 years just from Biden? Wait till it goes up another 60% in another 3 to 4 years. And then tell me how much you like that MAGA. Yeah. So anyways, I'm not against Trump. I'm against Washington, period. I understand the root cause of the problems. And I understand no president's going to come along to make this country great again. When the banks own it and the international companies that they own run and control it. Washington doesn't run shit. And when you get that in your heads, then you'll understand. So basically what I'm going to do, hide some of these idiots that are annoying. So President Obama, let's go. Oh, okay. Where's we going to go with President Obama? Another goofball. So anyways, I'm going to be live. And when I come back for 20 more minutes, I'm going to go make me a coffee. It only takes a couple of minutes to make it, my machine. And then 20 minutes, I'm going to cut out. And it'll be over. If most of these want to stay, I don't. Like I said, this is going to be the last time I ever politically rant. I'm not going to do this anymore on my knife channel. And I'm going to have my mods help me shut down if I forget that. So I don't want to explain reality. I'm going to do that on my other channel, and that's why I created it. So if you want to know more about cooking in the outdoors and fishing and woodworking and all the arts that I do, and also my political rants, I will do it over there, not here on this channel. I don't want to do it on this channel for my knives and leather anymore. I'm going to let it out there. So the multi-potentialite is my other channel. I think I pasted it earlier. Let's see if I can again. Here it is right here. If you want to join that page, you can hear me rant all you want about politics. And it's not really about politics. It's just about reality. And I talk about health too. I'm a natural healer for myself. I don't believe in Western medicine. I don't take it. I never get sick. I never have the cold. I had COVID overnight. My body wiped it out. I thrive for a strong immune system. I'm a carnivore. And I'm just an all-around healthy person. I'm 60 years old and I move like I'm 35. So, anyways, that'll be it. No more talking about Trump. No more talking about politics. If anybody posts any comments, when I get back, I'm going to remove you. So if you want to stay, stay. I'm going to go make a quick coffee and I'll be back in a few minutes. And I'll probably be up another hour, but only a half online. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Anyways, soft hands, say hi, sauce clips. You know one thing, I gotta take some sauce. I got some venison sausage in the freezer I want to get out. Play the guitar. Move like I'm 35. That's right. And I'll tell you what, I bet I can get my foot up to your head really quick. I haven't lost any of it. If you want to find out, come on over. I'll be glad to take you to the dojo. Got the trolls coming in, don't we? So, I'm going to take my venison sausage out of the freezer. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Good stuff. Can't heat it now. Probably get my propane torch out and heat it up. I do have an oven in there for my kydex. Oh, I hunt lots of animals myself. It's very rewarding and beneficial to my health. I probably got over 200 pounds of fish that I've caught myself in my deep freezers. Like I said, I don't buy meats in the stores. I let y'all get poisoned by that, not me. The deli meats, processed meats, are the worst, unhealthiest meats you can buy in a whole store. Man, I got quite a mess here. This is what I did tonight. Carved this little cross and gave it away. Marvin, favorite? No, never heard of him in my life. Who is he? What's he about? I'm open-minded. Always have been. Marson, I have no idea who you're talking about. What about Caleb Williams? Soft hands, we get many. They're really tough. Sus clip, Caleb Williams. What about Caleb Williams? Thoughts on Israel? I don't think about Israel. Why should I? Israel doesn't benefit me one bit. So why would I think about Israel? That's what I think about Israel. I think the people that own and control it, I think the place needs to burn to the ground and start over. That's where the root of all evil started, Israel. Nothing to do with the Bible. I don't want to get into that shit anymore. I don't want to talk politics. The Khazar Jews own Israel. That's all. Non-Catholical Jews. They never converted over. They never will. And I'm not talking politics anymore. The world's fucked up, and we all know it. It just ain't here. It's everywhere. The banks own it all, everywhere, worldwide. It ain't just America. Rothschild succeeded in taking all industrialized countries over, and that's just the way it is. So Israel was taken over biblically. I mean, less than 13% of the Jews that live in Israel are actually Catholical Jews. The other 85% were pushed out, or killed. They're Khazar Jews, son of Cain. The Canaanites went to Israel and took it over. They forced them out. Hitler rounded them up in Poland and killed a lot of them. So I have no mercy or no care for Israel at all. It was the breeding grounds for the monetary systems that's screwing the world, put it that way. 23 and on me is illegal in Israel. What? What are you talking about? I don't have a clue. Can you say that in English, please? Man, I would love to hear some Metallica. Me too, but my wife wouldn't. She'd wake up. But you can go on your computer and type in Metallica and you can listen to it a lot. You stick around, though, you'll hear me play like Seek and Destroy, Master of Puppets, all these, some of the new ones. Whiskey in a Jar. I play that because I'm Irish. And that was an old Dublin Irish tune that James Hetfield redid. Stop disrespecting. What's so holy about Israel when the Khazar Jews took it over? The Khazar Jews are Canaanites, sons of Cain. See, Cain and Abel. Cain killed Abel, and God cursed Cain, right? So Cain basically sent his Khazars to Israel to take it over. And that's what he succeeded doing. So the Khazar Jews, they call them. Non-Catholical Jews that call themselves Jews that never converted over to Judaism. So Israel is owned by Khazar Jews, wannabe Jews. All right. They killed most of the real Jews or sent them out of the country. Less than 13% of Israel has anything to do with the Catholical Jews. So why would I worship or even care about Israel? That's my thoughts. You give me a reason too. And this goes back to biblical days. Explain why all these Jews were rounded up and killed. Not just Germany. It happened in Poland. It happened everywhere that they were pushed out by the Khazars. And it's not false. So you tell me how many Catholical Jews live in Israel. Tell me. What's the percentage of real Jews in Judaism? What's the percentage there? 90%? By who? So I'm done with that. I'm done with politics. I'm done with the bullshit. Anybody talks about Israel anymore, anybody talks about politics, I'm just going to delete you from my channel. Or you can just go away now. So it's done. Me and Barb's going to start deleting people starting now. So let's talk about knives. Let's talk about this. You probably weren't here around when I hand carved it, and you probably won't go back and watch it. If you don't belong here, I own about 7 guitars. I've owned over my lifetime probably 50 of them. I've made probably a dozen of them. We could talk about music. Yeah, that's fine. Because I'm past knife hours, you know. I hand carve things. If you all know anything about the Cuxa cups, you know, a great Norwegian thing. I carve things. I make things out of leather. I make knives. I make my own venison jerky. I shoot my own meats. I fish for my own meats. I'm in the process of making a self-sustaining generator so I can go off the grid next year. It's going to create, between both of them, they'll create 33,000 kilowatts a month of power, and I only need 1,000. But one's for backup, and the other is going to be 1,500 a month. There's the big Jim. Hey, Jim, check it out, buddy. I got it polished up, brother. Now we can get back to the knives here. It was on the buffing wheel. I dyed it blue. What do you think of that, buddy? You can tell my hands dyed it blue. But see, I oiled it and then I buffed it on the buffing wheel. It's got a shine to it. Let's put it up here where we can see it a little better. Yeah, still, I gotta get my plug so I can plug my light in. Where's my cord at? Maybe this one will work. I don't know. I'll plug my light in, you can see it better. Here we go. I got a plug. Let's see where my phone's at. It doesn't want to tell me where my phone's at. I'll find out right now. 100%. I'm good on the phone. Cool. But now, can I turn my light on now? No, I'll just bring my phone to it. Here, I'll get some light on it. There we go. There's the spotlight. What do you think, buddy? Hit a table view. I just got threatened. Who'd I get threatened by? That Chris dipshit or whatever he is? Looks pretty good, huh, Jim? She's shining. Not bad by a rookie. Let me put this back on the stand now. Bear with me, folks. I got threatened. Oh, boy. Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. I got to keep my finger away from that stop button. There we go. So anyways, yeah, I got me some coffee, Jim. I just went up and made some. I'm ready. Decaf coffee, too, because I want to be able to fall asleep. I got me some venison sausage out of the freezer. It's going to be enjoyed tomorrow. Who threatened me? Let me read these comments here. View deleted message. I'm going to find you in real life. Ah, too bad, so sad, buddy. Come and get me. He gone. Chris dipshit. Your guns won't stop me. Ah, that's funny as shit. Oh man, I'm waiting. I've already walked through the valley of death. I fear no evil, brother. Come on, bring it. I've been through hell and back already. That's all I gotta say. So you like that cross? Does it look like yours and the Barlo Queens and all the rest of them? I decided to put a blue dye on it. Pretty cool shit. Comes in a tube. Express color wiping stain finishes. I think I got this at Menards. It's called Indigo. Indigo Blue. It looks shorter. Well, it's probably probably a quarter inch shorter. But how big do they have to be? You know, I'll probably make them a slip for this too and send it to them. Where is my rule? Oh, here. I got one right here. My clear rule. Let me see here. Here's the 1 inch on this side. So it is, if I bring it up to the top though, I can really get an accurate measurement. 2 3/16. 2 3/16 tall. And then the spread is 1 3/8, almost 1.5. So about 1.5 and a little over 2 inches, almost 2.25, 2.25, say just under 2.25 and just under 1.5. It's a little smaller, but hey, they're only used for one thing, right? Praying to and mostly and you know, having in the show, right? Having in the big show. What the hell is in my way here now? So I gotta put that with the Todd Carr wins the hand carved cross. Pretty cool. I'm gonna make some out of spalted maple, Jim. I got some spalted maple out in the garage. The other garage. What's up, George Choco? Barbara's tired. She's gonna hit the sack. Yeah, I'm about ready to do it myself. What is how tall is yours, Jim? Don't matter, stop. Hey, Gramps. Who's calling you Gramps? Too rosy for me. Cool. Don't matter, stop. What's stop? Stop my life? I am local. I'm from my mother's womb. Where are you from? You tell me where you're from. Once you get to know me, then I'll let you know where I'm from. You from Italy? I got relatives in Italy that are born and raised there. It's on my bucket list to visit there. My cousin was there for 48 years, and she got married and buried two children there. And she had in Venice, she had a restaurant for a year or so until COVID wiped her out. So she had enough. She came back. She's getting that age now. She's in her 70s. She wants to live the rest of her life out in her homeland. You're a knife collector yourself? Cool. What's your favorite knives to collect? I probably got a couple of them. Local, Latino. My best friends are Latinos. I cook Mexican cuisine with the best of them. You live in Venice, but I was born in Milan. Awesome. Well, if you ever heard of Tony Van Dyne, my cousin is in Venice. He's a street artist. He does a lot of murals on the walls of the buildings and all over. I mean, he's got a lot of art decor. I'll show you some of his work. I got. Oop! Now my light's working. All right, I gotta move my phone to do this. I want to leave my light charging. Come on. I hate this. All right. Okay. Here's some of a sticker I got from him. He's got this art all over Italy and France. He does wall art. That's his work. I wonder if I got another one here from him somewhere. I think I do. Hold on. It might be on this. Behind this. Hold on. Behind the bears. Oh, Jerry Shelby sent me that. Yeah, this is his too. That's some of his art. He's got stickers over there that you can buy. Man, my chat log is way up there. Holy shit. There we go. So, thanks, Jim, for hiding that guy. Who the hell's got a name like that on YouTube? Somebody have to know good. But that says Enslav Extra Cerveza Ensayo Barcelona. That's where he was actually born at, in Barcelona. My cousin. He still lives there. His brother came here to move with his mother to Miami. She's from Wilmington, or Joliet, near me. Hold on. Sorry, I dropped all these magnets. The Bear Zone. What's this one here? Where does this go? I must have dropped the one for it. There we go. All right. I'm a Bears fan, sorry. Put my phone back on the stand here without hanging it up. There we go. Getting good at that. Take my neck knife off and get sick of wearing it. So, and then I got one on my guitar from him. My cousin in Barcelona. That's his art there too. This is cool because you can look at it in both ways. You can look at it like that, or you can look at it like that. It looks like R2-D2 or whatever, one of them Star Wars figures. That way, and if you flip it the other way, it looks like a mean bear. But that's his work too, from Italy. Italy or France, I think it is. I can't remember. Barcelona. And I'm not too far from you. Randy Cheeks. Yeah, where you at, Randy? I'll judge that. I'd like to know. You don't have to tell me that, exactly, but what state? Oh, Northwest Indiana. Over there in camper country, huh? I go up there and fish them river tributaries that come out of Lake Michigan. I fish a lot in Indiana. Schaefer and Freeman. I fish them lakes exclusively for smallmouth and tournaments and shit. Just over the border. So I can be to your house in like 35 minutes. I'm 35 minutes from the Illinois-Indiana border, Route 1. Iliana, it's called. I go directly west of me in 20 minutes, and I'll be in Peatone. Then I get on Beecher Road. And that another 20 minutes I'm in Beecher. Not even 15 minutes I'm in Beecher. About 35 minutes to 40 minutes I'm in Indiana. As soon as I get out of Beecher, boom, you're right there next to the Illinois border. You've been to Collins Street Prison where the Blues Brothers was filmed, is what you're saying. In Joliet, which is 15 minutes due north of me. I'm a Will County carpenter, local 174, Joliet, Illinois. And now it's Chicago District Council. So I'm going to go there to the Collins Street Prison here for the Halloween haunted house. And if they let me, because it's a government facility still, if they let me, I'll go live on YouTube on my channel here and let you all see the inside of the prison. So I plan that for a live for my YouTube channel here that you're on now. And that'll be this Halloween sometime. I think it's the night before. It might be on the night of Halloween. So that's going to be my live for you, though. And, you know, them boys were from here. Joliet, it's just north of me. I live on Route 66, Illinois 53, which that goes through Joliet into Chicago. Of course, it goes from Chicago all the way to California. The old Route 66, but here it's Illinois Route 53. And it goes right through my hometown in Wilmington here. And we've got what's called the Gemini Giant. It's a 40-foot tall statue that's been holding a rocket for years. It was put up in 1965. It's made the National Enquirer twice. It's a historical monument on Route 66. And I'll be taking you over to, when I go live for the prison, I'm going to do the runabout what the Blues Brothers did in Joliet. And you'll get to see a lot of the historical parts of Joliet as well as the inside of the prison. And also we have here on Route 53, old Route 66, is what's called Stateville Prison. It's one of the oldest operating prisons in Illinois. In fact, Collins Street, I think, is the oldest. And the oldest female prison was built in front of it. And Stateville is where John Wayne Gacy went and was executed. I was there rallying the night of his execution in front of it. In fact, John Wayne Gacy was union plumber. And my father worked on several jobs that he worked on. Imagine that, huh? You just subbed? Cool. Sounds good, Randy. Yeah, I like going in Indiana. Well, hell, we used to get cigarettes cheaper there. Now they're starting to catch on with the tax laws, just like our governor is, and everything's going up on that. So, Moon Moss, what did he say? Would you ever live in China? Oh, that's an honest question, Jim. Come on now. No, hell no, I'd never live in China. And if I had the money right now, I'd be living in Ireland. I would, honestly. The highest education's in Ireland. If you want to have your kids with the highest education in the world, that's where all the world leaders and big corporate businessmen send their kids to go to school, is in Ireland. Even students, even parents in China send their kids to Ireland for their education. Nope, I'm not in Texas. I'm in good old Illinois, but once a rebel, always a rebel. I grew up part of my childhood in Florida. And my great-grandfather was a true-blooded Billy boy that was called Hillbilly in Northern Ireland that migrated to the Appalachians and was a coal miner. That 6-shooter belt is a shit. Well, thanks. I made it. And if you want one made, I can make you one as well. And that's what I'm all about. Leather and knives. Because me and Big Jim, Barlo Jim here, we love knives. And I'll tell you what, if you sub my channel, go over to Big Jim's channel, the Barlo Brigade. Just scroll up in the chat and you'll see him. He'll pop in here real quick, say hi to everybody. The Barlo Brigade. The man's full of a wealth of knowledge for 70 years on traditional folders. I'm sorry to hear that. My thoughts and prayers will be given to you, Deadline Mimas. And my grandmother I never met. She died of stage 3 cancer at the age of 43. So my father knows clearly what you've gone through, and God bless you. And she's in a much better place now than she ever was before. So God bless her and you and the rest of your siblings. Well, it happens, you know. Every day, every minute, somebody dies in the world. Every day, every minute. It'll never stop. It's just sad that people even got to die from cancer because there is cures for it. Western medicine is the wrath of all evil. In Joliet. Who's in Joliet? I got into a wreck in an old police cruiser making a turn at 70 miles per hour. I was asleep in the passenger seat, snapped 2 trees, and walked away stiff. Oh, man, in Joliet. What was you going to a race at the Chicagoland Speedway or what? What brought you to Joliet? Did you live there or what? Pantera's Righteous Song. Awesome band, man. Awesome band. Go Bears. You know it. Ben Johnson's the man. And he found the talent he wanted to bring to the next level, and he's doing just that. Look what he did to Detroit. But the only difference is now Detroit's going to start getting spanked by a lot of these teams like they did their last game. Because their head coach, you know, he wasn't nothing without. A lot of people say he loves to play his game now. Okay. Well, you got your ass whooped by Kansas City. I have a lake house in Michigan my Gramps built. Oh, that's awesome, Randy. I love Michigan. I've been up to St. Clair Shores like 40 times. I go fishing up there with FLW and 5-time Bassmasters Classic champion qualifier, Art Ferguson. He's got a guide service there if you want to go and go on a guide service. It's what's his guide service? Man, I forgot the name of it. Provider. Art Ferguson's guide service, Provider Bait and Tackle Company. That's him. Just look up Provider Bait and Tackle Company, owned by Art Ferguson. I love to go up there and fish with him. We catch about 50, 60 smallies, about 4.5 pounds a piece and plus a piece a day. We love it, man. One time we caught almost 140 smallies, and my thumbs were so raw. My hands were so wore out. Man, I just like, we got to go. Man, 6 hours in. We got to go. You're in Rockford? Cool. Not too far from me, about an hour and a half. How are you, James Slover? Everybody's waking up now, I see. You provide relief to prisoners? No, I don't. But being that Illinois is a donor state, yeah, we provide lots to prisoners around the country. In fact, as a donor state, Illinois provides the majority of the red states in the South with all the programs that they get. You can't forget that. California, Massachusetts, West Virginia, Illinois, Iowa, we provide a lot of the subsidies and the Medicare, Medicaid, all that shit is paid for by the donor states, more so than the red states, the recipient states. Anyways, off to politics, back to the knives. Here's what I carved my cross on tonight. This is an opal number 8 that I modified to make a carving knife out of it. And this is what I carved this cross with tonight. Fully modified opal number 8. Here's an opal number 9 that I modified. I stone washed the viral lock and the blade, took it all apart, reshaped the handle, I wood burned it, and oiled it. So this is the way I like it. It's a carbon blade, carbone, stone washed. With my custom lanyard on it, drilled a hole in it and put a skull head lanyard on it. A pirate skull. I'm a retired Will County Union Carpenter. It was Will County Carpenters, and now it is Chicago District Council Carpenters. We all merged. In fact, 21 halls merged into ours. And the reason why they merged into ours is because our XBA, or business agent, is now the president of the Chicago District Council in Chicago. I make all kinds of stuff, Randy. I make fishnets. I carve things out of wood. You know, here's a centerpiece that I'm going to finish up here. I let set for 5 years. It's going to go on a buddy wants it for his fireplace. It's being carved out of red mahogany. And I'm going to complete it and get it to him after I finish my knives. But you can buy my products, stuff that I do make and I do release. I'm starting to do it now. I had a web page and they were dicking me around, so I'm like, screw you, I'll make more money. Because they want to pay me once a month too. And I'm like, no, that ain't going to happen. No. Like Google, pay me once a month. So you know what? I can sell my stuff on eBay. And if you like what I got on there, you can email me. My email. And I'll sell it straight out to you, one of the Cash Apps. Or PayPal. Just for the shipping and taxes. That's it. No $13 surcharge put on it by Shopify. And, to me, I lose 13% every time you bought something through my YouTube channel, through Shopify and my domain. I got to pay for the domain too. So they want 13%. Google for YouTube wants 30%. It's like I'm losing almost half of my money selling the shit through YouTube. No, that ain't gonna happen. You can contact me and go through eBay, and I won't pay the 30%, and I'll mail it to you myself. No kings here? Yeah. Well, we're not going to talk kings. We're going to talk knives. I make these wallets here, with the money clip in it. And, I custom embroider them. And they're minimalist wallets. They go right in your front pocket. I made that one out of veg tan. And I rotate with another one that I made. This one's out of crocodile. So I carry this quite often. I make everything. Gun holsters, knife sheaths, all my custom knives in that cabinet there. I design them, make all my own knife sheaths. And I can make any kind of knife. Traditional, modern, fixed blade, any way you want it. You just got to get on a list with me. You get my email. And I'll put it in the chat right here. You want on the list? I'm right now booked for about 3 months. So when your time is up, there's my email in the chat. Write that down or copy it, save it. You can contact me. You know, you need a fishing lure made, a fishnet made, anything out of wood made, but you got to pay the shipping. You know, and usually the heavier it is, the more you're going to pay in shipping. But, you know, I can make anything with leather for you, anything that cuts. If you got an idea on a knife you want to come to life that you're tinkering with in your mind, I can make that happen for you. But get on the list with me if you're interested, when you are. And you'll have 3 months to save the money for it. You can email me. I'll tell you when, and when your time's up, I will contact you through email saying it's your time's up. Pay for it, and we'll get making it, and you'll have it within 5 to 7 business days. A dick is what's a dick is special handle? Walking stick? You want Dick's face with his sunglasses on and a walking stick? I'll make it happen for you. You screenshotted it? Cool. All right. Then blow it up and save it. Yep. Oh, yeah. So, 4:31. I went to bed last night. Of course, I wasn't live last night, but I think it was 6 o'clock when I went to bed. I work the night shift here in my shop. I get most of my shit done when my wife goes to bed. That doesn't make noise, but during the day I'll work for several hours, and then we'll do a lot of shit together, and then I'll watch TV with her, and then just before she goes to bed, I'll come down here again until 5, 6 in the morning. Next, I'll go live in a couple more days. Now, and I'll do some show and tell. I'll show you all my custom knives I've made, and what I can make, and you know, all my fixed blades, my folders, and my traditionals, and the graveyard shift. And I did a lot of graveyard shift when I was a union carpenter before I retired. So I'd always work the afternoon shift. I'd go in at 3:30 and I'd work till 3:30 in the morning. 7/12, 6/10s, big commercial jobs. I bring home $3,700 a week clear and pay about what most people pay in a month in taxes. Most people get paid in a week what they make in wages. Well, howdy there, Pilgrim. How are you? Pididdy weird. The sun, coffee, and Kodiak. There you go. Lakeside 8. Where are you from, Lakeside? One of the Great Lakes or what? Love fishing the Great Lakes, man. I go to Lake Michigan for the king salmon, man. I fill up on the king salmon here. Sometimes I'll bring home 100 pounds of them. Sometimes only 50 pounds after they're filleted. You, Pity Weird. What's you, Pity Weird? I think Barlo Jim passed out on me again. Getting to see all the newcomers here now. Just a little lake in New York, huh? Do you live in Lakeside? There is a Lakeside, New York, ain't there? Ain't it up there where they had the Olympics in, was it 1985? Lake Placid, wasn't it? Brando's, it's what? It's Brando's Blade. Is that your YouTube channel? Brando's Blades? put a link in here so I can copy and paste it. You're 20 minutes from Lake Michigan, but have family on the beach. That's nice. A lot of places to fish where you're at. And I take advantage of it. I go up to northern Michigan, in fact, Holland, Michigan. It's the produce capital of the world. I go up there to get them cherries, boy, and them plums, and ice cream shops everywhere. Homemade pies shops everywhere. Man, I tell you what, if you haven't experienced it yet, you guys, you got to do it. Holland, Michigan's an area full of them. Everybody's garage has got pies or ice cream being made. It's kind of like going down south where there's, what is it? The nut trees down there. They got pistachios? No, not pistachios. I keep forgetting the damn nut, man. Cashews, I think. You ever go to Chippewana? That sounds like an Illinois or an Indian tribe name for a town. I've heard of Chippewana. I think I've been through there. Pecans, yeah, that's it. I go to my best friend's in North Carolina every year, and I can literally fill my truck up with his neighbors' pecans all over their yards. And I can bring them down here and sell them for 3 times more a pound than what they get down there for them. Same with the shrimp. I go down there and get shrimp for $3.50 a pound, and I can come here and sell it for $9.50 a pound. And lots of times, I need to have done that because that shit can pay for your whole trip. I get my truck full of sweet corn. Illinois sweet corn is the best, man. I'm telling you what. Oh my God. I get my whole truck filled, and then I take it to all my neighbors and relatives and let them take what they need. And I'll get 30 bags of 2 dozen in each bag, 2 dozen corn shucked in each bag. I'll have 30 bags frozen for the whole year till the next season. Best fishing is between the power plant and north side of Muskegon. Yeah. To Penwater Flats. I've heard that. I have 3 nuclear plants within 30 minutes of my house. In fact, Braywood Nuclear Plant is behind me a mile away. And I fish that a lot. The Braywood Nuclear Power Plant cooling lake. And then I got LaSalle cooling lake in Southern Illinois. Or LaSalle, Braidwood, and there's another one close. Oh, what's the other one here? Damn, it's like 10 minutes from me. So 2 of them's within. The one's right in my backyard. The other's 10 minutes from me. And then Southern Illinois, Clinton Lake. It's a cooling lake too. Nuclear plant. Clinton Power Plant. I don't eat none of the fish in them lakes. I'm strictly a sport fisherman, a bass fisherman. I've been a tournament bass fisherman for over 30 years. The fish I eat come out of the cleanest river in the whole state of Illinois, right in the Kankakee. And that's 1 mile from where, no, actually 3 miles from where I'm at this way, but I grew up on the Kankakee River. First part of my childhood was living on the river. So I get all my walleye, all my crappies, all my catfish, and I catch 30, 40 pound flatheads in that river. And it tastes like chicken. I mean, the bigger the flathead, the better to eat. I don't know, can you? Can you sell water to villagers for twice the amount? I don't know why you can't. I have a couple of boats. I got a bass tournament boat, and I got a deep well smoker craft for lake fishing and tournament walleye fishing. Be up for eating a pickle on live stream, letting me guide you through it? Nope, wrong. And Barlo's still lingering. Try fried chicken skin for catfish. Fried chicken skin for catfish. I prefer to give them real food. Creek chubs, I put them on bottom weight and I let the current take them down. And that's how I get my 50, 60 pounders. You put them chicken skins, chicken liver on, you're only going to get the small channel cats and the small flatheads. But I go in with live bait. Creek chubs. And them big 5, 6 pound smallmouth love them creek chubs too. So do the walleye. Never know what you're going to catch on my river with them floating them on the bottom. Streaming from the Philippines. That's a long way away. Nope, I'm not from Texas. I told somebody already I'm not from Texas. I wouldn't live anywhere near the Bush family. No. But I like knives. Oh. And then when I cook catfish, I blanch it. Take a lot of that catfish you gave me taste out. You boil that water rapidly, and then you stick the catfish in it for 3 seconds, pull it out. And if you don't think it's not taking none of that bad oil out of the meat, let the water cool and you'll have an 1/8 inch of fat on the top floating. And that's all you got to do is put it in there for 3 seconds. You're not cooking it. You're just blanching it to get the toxins and the bad shit out of the meat, the bad taste. And it makes catfish so much more pleasant to eat. And I'll tell you another cuisine for me on the Illinois waters, and mostly the Illinois River. Asian carp. They're not bottom scavenge eaters. They eat fish. In fact, they're an endangering species. You know, we want them out of the waters because they will eat up all the fray from the game fish that we so love here. So the Illinois DNR are putting alligator guards in the waters in the Illinois streams, Mississippi, all the way to the Kankakee, through the Des Plaines in Illinois, to decimate the Asian carp because they'll eat their prey. And it's working. We don't have half the amount of Asian carp we used to have. But if you don't believe me, look it up on YouTube. There's actually videos show you how to clean it and where it's presented and how it's ate and what it looks like. And it's a white, flaky meat just like walleye, and it pretty much damn near tastes like walleye. Asian carp, go figure. Roll the tide. Roll the tide. That was an Alabama football fan there, boy. My cousin, or my nephew, he's being looked at by the top 10 right now. A pitcher. He's 16 years old. He throws a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. So I told him 2 teams I'd rather him go to is LSU or Tennessee. Tennessee's got a better coaching staff than LSU, but LSU's won the World Series 2 years in a row. So either choice would be a good one for him. But I think he's got his heart set on Notre Dame. You guys be out for the lookout for Cooper Holman, up and coming in the college ball in the next couple of years, if you follow baseball. He's damn right. He's got a 92. He was clocked one time at like 95, 96. 16 years old. He's a junior in high school. He's got one more year of high school yet. And his curveball is 87 miles an hour. Yes, I am a Cubs fan. I've been a Cubs fan my whole life. Not a Southsider. I'm a Northsider. I go to a Sox game, I fall asleep in the park. It's so boring. I mean, and they suck. They get lucky once every decade. But I've been a Cubs fan my whole life. I've been a Bears fan and a Steelers fan my whole life. Blackhawks fan and Chicago Bulls my whole life. A lot of people talk shit all they want about the Chicago Bears. They just won their 8,000th win since their franchise started over 100 years ago. They won 12 championships, or not NFL, but the first 12 championships were before the NFL was started in the early 70s. And they've been to 2 Super Bowls. And we have the most Hall of Famers, even more than Green Bay. Sending you my videos. I ain't sending nobody videos. Oh, yeah. Aaron Rodgers. You know, I hated Aaron Rodgers because he was cocky and he acted like he owned Chicago and all this and that. I hated him. But now, I absolutely love him, man. I love his attitude. I love everything about him. You know, just like I do Caleb Williams. I love everything about him. He grew up idolizing Aaron Rodgers. He really did. Caleb did. Aaron Rodgers and who else? Mahomes. They were his 2 biggest influencers in college. He wanted to idolize them and play like them. Keep talking second round. Second round what? UNC? I'm a Hornknee. What's a Hornknee? Is that the name of a team there? Hey, do you watch NHL? Yes, I do. Go Blackhawks. I'm a Blackhawks fan. Die hard. I have a jersey on. You'll see it when I'm in some of my life. Bo Nix will be better than Mahomes or Josh Allen in a couple of years. I believe it. I believe it. And so will Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams has got what most all quarterbacks in the NFL don't have. And that's a strong arm on the run. He can throw pinpoint accuracy on the run like Bradshaw used to do, like many greats before him. He is truly a generational talent, and he's yet to unleash his capabilities, and he's doing it. I mean, he's had a few passes in each game that weren't inaccurate, and you're going to have that by a lot of quarterbacks. But how many times has he picked off? You know what I mean? He knows what to do with the ball when he does it, and he's only going to get better. Because great quarterbacks ain't born to be great. They're taught to be great. Look at Terry Bradshaw. He absolutely sucked as his rookie in his second year. He was horrible. Only 6 touchdowns. He had like 36 interceptions his rookie year. He was sacked like 43 times. Horrible. And they made him who he was, basically. And he was a backup quarterback, you know. Even with LSU, he was a backup quarterback. Phil Robinson, the Duck Commander, you know, who chose to go on his Duck Dynasty instead of being a professional football player. He was better than Bradshaw. He could have been a starter right away for Pittsburgh. It's just going to get worse. Oh, I know. I'm going to see my dermatologist Wednesday. And they're going to do blood work on me, see how much medicine they're going to give me, but they're going to clear it all up for me. And then I know it's not a good medicine for my liver, but I know how to cleanse my liver, so I'm not worried about it. Bradshaw last year was terrible. Bradshaw didn't play last year. Oh, his announcer? Now he's better? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's learning that now. You know what I mean? As an announcer. I'm sorry, I didn't read your whole thing. But I watched every game Bradshaw played. I watched half the games Gillian played before Bradshaw, which was the best black quarterback ever to play the game until Mahomes. And Gillian lost his life to drugs. He became a heroin addict, and that got him off the team, and he was done. But he was way better than Bradshaw. UNC, I love you. University of Northern California. Okay. Michael Vick was the best black quarterback. After Gillian, he was, yeah. I mean, if Gillian would have stayed and played for the Steelers, they probably would have won 5 or 6 championships or Super Bowls, without a doubt. You know, and Michael Vick hasn't done half of what Gillian has accomplished in his college to pre-prep NFL football. He's done a lot. Don't get me wrong, but he was a great quarterback. But if Gillian would have stayed off the drugs, he would have been the best ever. Dodgers, yeah, well, they won their share. And the Cubs, they got, you know, they have their moments where they just cannot get them bats hot. They just can't, you know, and it just, but then too, they're pitching. They're building their pitching up. Next year, their pitching will be even better. They'll spend the money and get the better pitchers. So, and then, you know, you got to look at players, the young players we got, man. They're only going to get better. It's just holding on to them that sucks. These teams get rid of players like candy. I don't care who they are. But the Dodgers had their share of wins. It's time to share the wealth with the other teams. I'm kidding, you said. UNC, you look a lot older. What's that mean? I don't know. But you're kidding. Okay. I don't have no idea what you meant. I give out free Wi-Fi like candy. Oh, that's good for you, man. I'm not interested. The picture from the Dodgers. Antoni is incredible. The pitcher from the Dodgers. Yeah. And that's all we need, really, is a couple good, incredible pitchers. And if we would have had a couple incredible pitchers, we'd be going to the World Series. That's all there is to it. But they got to get them bats hotter, man. And I think Milwaukee's pitching in the last game did them in. But Milwaukee's been there a lot, just like the Dodgers. Nope. My Wi-Fi's got enough speed. I'm happy with it. You need to go somewhere else, try to sell something. Because you're not going to sell it here. Oh, look at this. It's thawing out. I think I'm going to have one. One of my homemade venison jerkies. That's what you call living off the land, fellas. Hello, kind person. How are you? It's almost 5 o'clock. Let me see how I did. If I only had taste vision. There you go. That's always fun to do. Making jerky in the air fryer. Just make it in your oven, man. Hang it up in the oven. You'll be good. Zucchini and marijuana. There you go. Now, that sounds good. I gotta get me some of those to hand out. What's that, brother? I make and can a lot of the things. I got a garden that's like a half an acre that I till by hand and I maintain by hand. I got 150 pepper plants, 50 tomato plants. I've got probably every pepper you can think of because I do a lot of Mexican cooking. Vegan. Why would you want to be a vegan? You die at a young age being a vegan. Oh, it is. It's excellent. After 40 years of hunting these little critters, I learned to come up with the ultimate taste. Sometimes I put my garden jalapenos in it and cheese. These are just straight up venison, this batch. Vegans like face piercings. Well, we all get old and we all die. But you control how you die. It's either miserable on Western medicine and hooked up to machines, or it's peaceful in your sleep in your home. Your choice. Nice meeting you too, man. I'm sorry, I don't need no Wi-Fi though, so. But that's okay, come back, man. We'll talk leather and knives anytime with you. And that's what this is about. Squirrel pecans with nuts. I make a killer squirrel stew. I make it sometimes with venison sausage that I make. But I use Italian sausage mostly. Sauerkraut, potatoes, and squirrel. I make a squirrel stew. Oh, man. I shoot them little bastards right in my backyard. What? Glizzies in the morning is wild? Yep. Venison is deer meat. In Illinois, we got the biggest concentration of deer per square mile in Illinois than any state. 14 deer per square mile in the state of Illinois. More people die on the roads from hitting deer than they do from drunk drivers here. But what's the leading cause of death on the roads in Illinois now is opioid-induced patients. They cause the most deathful accidents in the state of Illinois right now. You must be in the land down under there, huh? Should I put on my Aussie hat that I made? I make these Outback hats. You can shape the bills any way you want. Deform them, whatever you want to do with them, right? I make the hat band and everything. This one's made out of veg tan. And I also make one out of oil tan. That's my leather company, Backwoods Leather. I do. I mean, I'm retired now, man. I can make whatever I want, whenever I want. So I got a waiting list. Like I said, I'm 3 months booked right now. So anybody wants a hat made, a purse made for their wife. I do custom Harley seats. That's one of my businesses. Backwoods Leather and handcrafted by Gordon J. Holman. On here, I got a solo seat I did for a chopper. The guy's got a black chopper he built with the red hourglasses on it. That's on the back of the Black Widow, and I hand carved the seat for it. In one of the biggest Chicago bike shows, he won Best of Show with it. And you can see it on my Facebook page. I make cowboy boot purses for women, all kinds of different shit. Yep, Freeman's 370, that's called psoriasis, brother. I'm going into the docks Wednesday to get, so they can take care of it for me. You guys pray the Lord you don't have psoriasis. It affects me. I got it on my skin and on my elbows, my knees, the back crack of my ass. But I've also been through war with these fingers. Literally through war. And I'm a retired carpenter. I pound over 1 million knives in my career. Or nails. These hands been on roofs to sheeting to concrete, you name it, I've done it. Yeah, they are. I mean, they're just, can't keep the shit away, man. It's just getting worse. So I got to go see the dermatologist Wednesday. And it affects my nails too. It looks like I got fungal nails, but it's not. The dermatologist told me that's from the psoriasis. It's not fungal. So it's time to take care of them. I'm sick of looking at them. I'm sick of feeling the shit. I can't pick my nose and feel the booger anymore. Just kidding. You can't make it in the trades anymore? No, I retired from the trades 43 years. Union carpenter. I retired in 2022. Oh, thanks, motivational mindset. My family's all tradesmen. I could have picked the trade I wanted to be in, but I chose to be a carpenter because my dad was. So I became a carpenter, but I got a certified welder, and I was actually a carpenter millwright. I worked in a lot of the plants, refineries. One of the last jobs I was on before I retired, well, 2 jobs. I built all the conveyors in 5 of the 7 plants in Illinois for, or not plants, but warehouses for Amazon. I built all the conveyor systems for them. And then up in Chicago, the Ford Motor Plant on the river there. I assembled and put together all the robots for making the squad car division where they made the police cars at the Ford plant. I put all the robots together to make them cars. And then I worked on a lot of refineries in the end where I built scaffold as high as 1,000 foot from the ground up. So my hand's been on a lot of shit, man. That's right. Chilled out. You know, this country is created by working men and women, mostly men in the beginning, in the trades, by critically thinking minds. And the only way to stimulate the greatest amount of critical thinking is through reading books. These kids today don't have critically thinking minds like we did and my forefathers. And to this day, all these books you see behind me, I read every one of them. And I've got a whole spare room. You know, I got books everywhere. All the magazines, them are all my knife magazines. You know, and then over here, I got more up there. I mean, I got books like you wouldn't believe. I got a wall-to-wall room in my house full of books, and I read every one of them. Steel workers, yep. Well, the iron workers and the steel work, you know, iron workers built America pretty much. And the steel workers helped them do it. But, you know, they were the first of the unions. Them and the Coal Mining Association and the Teamsters. But man, them iron workers, I worked with a lot of them, man. Even at some high rises in Chicago, I worked with a lot of iron workers. I did scaffolding that was 1,000 feet in the air. And these iron workers were something else. They're a special breed, boy. It's not worth it? What do you mean that? Because, you know, in Illinois here, we got the highest paid construction workers, union tradesmen in the world. I got out, my pay was almost 60 an hour, and that was in 22. And now they're making $61.90 an hour, and we get like 14 an hour put into our pension every hour we work, and another 9 an hour put into our benefits, which means our retirement, or not our retirement, but our insurance. So the total package for us working was like 125 an hour with our pension and our hourly wages. When I was on the commercial jobs, I was bringing home $3,700 a week clear. And now the guys are bringing in over $4,200. Nucor, best job in steel in America. Well, the steel industry is pretty much gone in this country anymore. In fact, the two leading steel corporations in the United States are owned by a Russian. And guess who's buddies with him? It's a fellow we know so well that his wife came from over there. Nucor. I never really heard of them. We don't have no Nucor employees around here where I worked. Look at this absolute parasitic fossil. Hey, you got a parasitic fossil to show, do you? I haven't seen one yet. That's clear. 3,700 clear after taxes. I was paying probably about 2,300 a week in taxes. That's more than most people make in income in a month. But like I said, Illinois is a donor state. We have the highest income, we pay the highest amount of taxes, and we donate federal funds more than any of the red states, where the recipients receive most of our donations through our tax dollars, the highest. That's pretty good, cool, Jacob. Hey, as long as you enjoy your job and you know, especially where you live, you know what I mean? The cost of living where you live is probably half of what it is here. I mean, we pay on average between 7,000 and 14,000 a year just in property taxes. Not to mention the taxes on cigarettes and alcohol and all that. You're talking $11 for a pack of cigarettes, $34 for a case of beer. Down by the Indian caves, you think? Maine. Maine is one of the 2 states I've never been to. I've been close in New York, being in the military. It's on my bucket list to go up and see Maine, and it's on my bucket list to get to Alaska. I would have been there already if it wasn't for getting married. But I don't regret getting married. I love my wife dearly. I'll get to Alaska here soon. And Maine. On every $1 million on a budget project costed a construction worker's life. Oh yeah. Hell, when they built the Sears Tower, I mean, there's 14 people died in Chicago. Of course, back then they didn't have lanyards and life vests, or lanyards and you know, body harnesses and shit like that to protect them. When I first got into carpenters, we only had a belt with a lanyard, but now they got the full body harnesses. A lot of guys were breaking their backs with that belt. When I got in as a union carpenter in 1985, journeyman scale was $16.75 an hour. When I got out, it was almost $60 an hour. I don't know if I could hook you up with a job, but if you want a job in the trades here, all you got to do is come up here, you know, work some oddball jobs until you get accepted, but you can and will. Out of one of the trades, they're always taking on new apprentices and new workers for the future of the hall. Hell, a journeyman labor here makes, not a journeyman, but a apprentice labor here makes like $34 an hour. First year apprentice, $34 an hour. And now a journeyman laborer makes around $56, $57 an hour. Moose season, man. I got to get up there and get me a moose. I never did that yet. It's on my bucket list. I've got an elk, an antelope. I got family in Douglas, Wyoming. In fact, my aunt is one of the co-founders in the city of Douglas that invented the jackalope. And she's got her work in the Cheyenne Wildlife Museum. And she was on a Johnny Carson show for the jackalope back in the early 70s. I'm John Bobby. Nice to meet you. Sounds good, man. Nice to meet you. Looking for drivers if you have a legit CDL. Oh, no. I don't want a CDL. Never wanted it. Never will get one. And I'm a retired carpenter. So you're asking the wrong person. CDL jobs are a dime a dozen here. Yeah. They got a lottery. Where were you at? Montana or are you in Wyoming? Because they got a lot of lotteries, you know, and there's very few with like the buffalo. My uncle Steve Bennett, he shot one of the biggest buffaloes in over 50 years in the United States. It was 2,300 pounds. And he shot it in the Grand Tetons with a 7mm Remington at about 430 yards. I think it had a 22-inch horn on it, if I wasn't mistaken. He got like 580 pounds just in hamburger alone. Not counting everything else. Oh, in Northwest Maine. Yeah, they got them up there too, don't they? Okay, I got you. Yeah, my family's out west. My dad's sister and her family They've been there 50 years. I'm north of Bourbonnais, Illinois, Route 113, about approximately 20 minutes from Bourbonnais. I used to go watch the Bears spring training camp. And now Bourbonnais pissed off because they lost that. They lost a lot of money, man. Is that where you're at? Bourbonnais? I asked people what town came first, Kankakee or Bourbonnais. A lot of people can't answer that right. Can you? And why did one of the towns become first over the other one? Jacob down in Bourbonnais? Who's in Bourbonnais? Way back to Sydney. What the hell? Get out of here, fly. Man. This fly is really pissing me off, boy. Land so I can kill you. I hate killing things and people. I've done enough of it. I was an evil man back in the day, and now I repent all my sins. You're losing your mind. What's causing that? Your government? I saw 2 bald eagles on the Kankakee and Bourbonnais. Yeah, I see them all the time. Tarana Cheek, she said you're in Northwest Indiana. You got the Kankakee does start in Indiana, and then we get all the sand from Indiana to flood our river here. It's getting shallower and shallower because of Indiana. We got to get the state to dredge it out. I'm old and broke. I wasn't in the union. I'm sorry to hear that, Phil. Unfortunately, you know, most people are just a victim of circumstances of life. That's all. Most people decide their outcome in life. It's your choice. Think and grow rich. If you can't, surround yourself with those who can, and they'll share with you how to get there. Whether it's monetary value as money or just happiness, it doesn't matter. You can be wealthy and happiness too. Problem is, most people grow up in negative biased towns, and they learn at a young age to hang with negative biased individuals. They're afraid of change. They're afraid of failure, which is the biggest tool to success, by learning from it. It's about an hour from you. Yeah. Bourbonnais is about an hour from you. If you're okay, it's probably directly west of you. So I'm getting a closer view of where you're at. You're from Omaha. It's a pretty well. Just move out of there, man. Phil Collins. Didn't Phil Collins die? Omaha, Nebraska. Oh man, I hate traveling through Nebraska, man. It's a depressing state, depending on where you live at. I don't like going through Nebraska. I like to go up through the Dakotas. Got to visit Sioux Falls every time I go to Douglas, Wyoming to visit my family. And it's just like Illinois. Corn, beans, corn, beans, corn, beans, all the way there. In fact, when I get through Nebraska, I'm in corn, beans, corn, beans, corn, beans, and I live with corn, beans around me. But that's all going to change now. 60% of our crops not going to China anymore, huh? You see a lot of these farmers filing bankruptcy and grass start growing in their fields. 60% gone. How are you going to subsidize that? I want to know. I'm not talking politics anymore, though. So I had a wonderful night tonight. I got a chance to do what I love again, as usual. I might go live again. I'm thinking maybe Saturday this time so I can spend Sunday with the wife. But I'll probably be live Friday for a little bit after the football games. But Saturday, definitely, I'd like to finish up this tray I'm doing here. I started hand carving this tray here. I don't know if you all can see it. If I got it on the camera, right? Nope. Gotta go that way. So this is going to be wet molded into a tray. And if you want to buy one of my trays that I have on my eBay store right now, this is what it's going to look like, the shape. That wildlife carving of the deer that I'm doing, it's going to be just like this one. I sewn on the leather velvet backing to it, and I tie-dyed it with shaving cream and oil and dyes, and then I airbrushed in the case logo from a stencil for case knife. So if you're interested in it, it's on my eBay store. The link's in my description of my YouTube channel. I make these cool survival bracelets here. You know, what's so cool about it? I mean, it's a typical cobra weave. What's so really cool about it? But it's a double cobra weave. But I have a fishing kit in here, a survival kit. You know, dry matches and plastic. I got a jig right here. You can kind of see the jig head popping out. There's some fish hooks in there, some fishing line wrapped in plastic. Dry matches over here wrapped in plastic, and it's got a compass that doesn't work on the top. And this will provide you with about 22 feet of paracord for emergency purposes. I'm going to start putting them in my eBay store too, available. Anything you see me show, and if you want it, you can always email me and get a hold of me, and I can make it happen. Because this is what I do being retired now. Make things and sell it as my spending money income, apart from my pension that basically pays my bills. So yeah, one of them ones that you tap it and it goes right to where it needs to be. Right behind me is due north. South is that way. A multi-potentialite, not a jack of all trades. Trades are construction trades. Trades. I do multi things. I mean, I've got multiple educations and done lots of things in my lifetime. So this is what I made tonight. I hand carved this cross for a fellow that won it. Every Wednesday nights I have what's called the Wednesday Funday, where I make something and give it away. I made a Cuxa cup here and gave it away. before. Not this one particularly, but I hand carve them. You watch me make them live. I make knives live. I custom other knives. I custom this live one day. I made a carving knife out of this Opinel number 8 that I use a lot now to carve. And I carved tonight. You go back, watch the beginning of this video, you'll see me carve this cross with this Opinel number 8 that I made into a carving knife. But it started out like this is a number 9. I customized this one. And I made it, you know, I reshaped the handle in the back. It's a number 9. I stone washed, acid etched the blade and stone washed it. That and the viral lock. Drilled a hole in it and wood burned the handle and made a custom sheath with a pirate skull on it. And then you'll see a lot of other things that's gonna show up in my eBay store. Made this last night. I finally made myself a jig to make them really, bigger. But really, these things with lead in it or steel are a weapon. This has got a plastic ball in it, so I mean, it'll still hurt if you hit somebody with it. But these are considered weapons in every state in the country. Oh, that does hurt. But these were, the monkey fist was, and I'm a boatswain's mate, so I've tied these in the Navy many times. I've used these in the Navy many times to throw mooring lines out, to heave in heaving lines, to throw heaving lines out, to pull in mooring lines. And as far as over 200 years ago, I mean, Abraham Lincoln pardoned a guy for killing somebody with one of these. They've been around a long time. And the sailors made them, they made them with a handle on it. Like this would come around and pour them into their handle to keep it in your hand, and then they'd whack somebody with it in self-defense, because the sailors would go out on their liberty and take all their monthly earnings with them, and they were easy targets for a lot of the islanders and people that knew they were coming. So they made these as self-defense weapons with the smaller ball, either filled with lead ball or a stainless steel ball or any heavy ball that they had. And they defended themselves away from their ship with these things. And after Lincoln pardoned them, the government went into action to basically making these things outlawed in every state in the country. And you see a lot of these people having YouTube channels where they're making these and giving them away free. I will tell you, if you have one with a lead ball in it or steel ball in it or anything that's significantly big like this, and you carry it on your side, there's going to be repercussions for doing so. You're going to meet the wrong cop with the wrong attitude, and he's going to throw you in jail. That's all there is to it, because it's considered a weapon. I should be rich. Well, like I said, I live in a state where my taxes are $14,000 a year, property taxes. I live in a state where my grocery bills are $800 a week. I live in a state where my cigarettes used to be, I quit, $11 a pack, $210 a carton. I live in a state where I donate my tax dollars for the recipient states. We have the highest incomes here, but we pay the most. $14,000 a year in property taxes. A lot of people don't pay that in 14 years down in the recipient states. Well, if it's $20 a pack there, you're either in Canada or Alaska where everything's shipped in and it's unbelievably expensive. But Alaska is one of the highest, because everything's shipped in there. And so, Canada just out there. They're out there with a lot of the whole country. Yeah, see, Canada. And what's the Canadian dollar value towards the US dollar, But yeah, I mean, you guys are probably taxed more than we are in this whole country. I think you guys get to see 30% of your income after taxes, where we only see we actually get to see about 38%. Hell, down in Mississippi, you can see 90% of it because it's a recipient state. So most of the things they get when they retire even is paid for by the donation states. $4 a pack in Missouri. Yeah, see, we got this fat. Everybody calls him the fat fuck, Pritzker, our governor. He's taxed alcohol and cigarettes and many other things. In fact, we just had a new $2.9 billion tax fall bill come into effect, which taxed cigarettes its 5th time in 3 years. Alcohol, vaping products, marijuana now. Dude, it's just crazy, man. And basically what it is, and I don't want to talk politics again, but it's hard not to sometimes, but it's all a scam. They make 125,000, 175,000 a year as an Illinois senator, and that's what their pension plan is when they retire. Every year till they die, 175 grand a year. So we're overgoverned, we're underfunded for the government, and we got to pay their bill. So it's time to starve them all, to tell you the truth. There's brackets here where if you make more than 30 an hour, you actually get taxed more than you make. A lot of people here like to get paid $29 an hour so they don't under the tax bracket the system. See, that's just another scam by Alaska. You know, there's no reason why things should cost through the roof there, even if they are shipped in. Because you know what? 90% of what we buy in America is shipped in. We make less than 10% here. So, you know, until we starve the politicians and banks, nothing's going to change, man. You know. All right, this guy just got. I'm not going to bother with getting rid of you. I'll keep you around. You can say what you want about my Bears. But as usual, the packs burn out by the middle of the year, and then they come to playoffs, they lose, just like they do every year. And the Bears are more promising now than more than ever before than the Packers are. They ain't going far. Love is overpaid after 8 games. Come on, 8 games to pay the guy what, $130 million or something like that? Really? Okay. And now the Packers are so financially strapped, they're $55 million in the hole. They have no draft capital. They're negative $55 million. So they basically went all in on a defensive player that's going to burn out by the middle of the year. And they won't get no picks for 4 years. No first 5-round picks for 4 years. They're stuck. They're screwed. They went broke, and they're going to get absolutely nobody for the next 4 years. They're all in on this defensive player, and it would be the same Packers every playoffs. Play and get burnt. Packers got a decent defense, but not good enough to win the Super Bowl. This damn fly. The Packers are ass. I'm going to kill this damn fly. Oh, yeah, we've made it to the postseason. Yeah, but who's got more Hall of Famers? And you know what? These guys got one champion. You know, Green Bay wouldn't even be around if Hallis wouldn't have loaned $100,000 to Vince Lombardi to keep it from going bankrupt. So you should be thankful that George Hallis loaned $100,000 to Vince Lombardi so you could still enjoy a team. But the Packers wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the Bears. And the Cardinals wouldn't be around if it wasn't for Chicago either. Because that was a Chicago team before they moved. Uh-oh, here comes my doggies. My wife's gonna be like, "You're still alive." I'm gonna go grab my dog and bring her down. I'll be back. You gotta go. Come on, baby. Let's go potty. Let's go, baby. Don't fall down the stairs. I got to go. I got to go, Daddy. All right, let's go potty. There you go. Oh, there's my girl, guys. Say hi, Emmy Loose. Say hi, baby. This is my weenie pit. She's half pit bull, and she's got a Dachshund body. Big old girl, ain't she, baby? You spoiled? Huh? She got a blue eye and a brown eye. Okay, let's go get a treat. What do you say? Come on. I'll carry you up. Be right back. Here, my little boy. All right. Get a treat, baby. Get a treat. You gotta go potty too, ain't you, boy? Man, she shit like you wouldn't believe. Oh yeah. You gotta go potty first. Okay. All right, so that said, that's my doggy. We got a male and a female. Yep, she's my baby. My wife's taking the mail out now. We got a mail. They're both weenie pits. Half Dachshund, half pit bull. She got the face and the muscles in the front of a pit bull, but a body of a Dachshund. They're like 25-pound dogs. It's not typical. I mean, most Dachshunds are around 15 pounds. So, that said, I think I'm going to get off here, folks. I've been here since, what time did I start? What do we got here in time? 5 hours and 33 minutes ago. So, I started around 11:30, I think it was. So I thank you all for coming in and, subscribing. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. You'll enjoy the channel. And I'm usually live 3-4 times a week, sometimes only 3. But I have a giveaway every Wednesday night. And join the fun. Fellow won this tonight, and another fellow won this EDC hanks that I make, and you can get these on my website right now. For cleaning your knives, your glasses, your guns, whatever you do. And then it's got the pattern on this side and the microfiber cloths on the opposite. More of it's in my eBay store. So this is going to go out in the mail tomorrow to the recipients that won this and won this. So you never know what I'm going to make. I might make one of these and give it away. This has got a plastic ball in it, so it's not really a threatening weapon. But I'll probably make a shorter one with a plastic ball in it and put a keychain ring on it and give it away or something. And sometimes they make knives and give them away. So nice to meet you, Randy Cheeks. Appreciate it. Like I said, it's on my channel, and then I have 2 more giveaways a month. So there's 6 total if you're a member. So it pays to become a member. Even if it's a lousy $2 a month, you get a chance at 2 more giveaways. So I'm going to call her quits and go to bed. As usual, I don't usually go to bed until late in the morning. So anything you've seen like the sheath here, you can get on the waiting list, and I can make it just about anything you see that's in my YouTube channel. So, and all my links to my Facebook pages and everything that I do and make, you'll see there. I appreciate you being here, and we'll see you on the next one. Might go live again Friday night. So until then, nice to meet you all. I usually go to bed around 6, and I'll wake up about 2, 3 in the afternoon. Not all the time, only when I go live. I spend a lot of time with my wife when I can. And being retired, I can. So, anyways, all right. We'll talk to you again. Thank you, everybody. Peace out. God bless, and be safe. Thank you.